for life.
Winter is coming. Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Precision of language, please.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
Well, here we are once again. floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here on this Weekending Report today, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, space fams, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as safety is always a priority on these space journeys of ours. Great to see you, Space Fam. Sorry it took me so long to get the stream started today. Had a couple of issues. Mostly with my sleep schedule. But here I am. I'm here with you now on this beautiful Friday night in the Milky Way. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about today, like I mentioned. Epstein files released. John Bolton's home raided earlier today. Cracker Barrel gone woke, and some Republicans and right-wing influencers are very upset. Federal Reserve Jerome Powell has some stuff to say. Jackson Hole today. California redistricting passes the California Senate. Talk about an update to the New York City mayoral race. Environmental news, Earth news, and a bunch of other stuff. Shit, I forgot to do shout-outs. Let me get there real quick. Kermit, Horologist, Mr. Spock, George Waters, 123 in the YouTube chat. Moa Noah 4th, Shakespeare, also here. Christopher Tablante, Vicky, Morbius. Joe 47771. Sarah Layla. Wedge Wizard. George Waters. HBX. I think that might be everybody. Good to see you all here. I guess we better get right to the show. Let's start in the United States, and for a perhaps departure from recent streams, even though we're talking Epstein files, first topic I want to talk about is journalism.
Dozens of communities across 5 Midwestern states are now left without a local news source, and the journalists who served them are suddenly out of work following the abrupt shutdown of a regional newspaper chain. Stephanie Tsai has more.
Facing deep financial troubles, News Media Corp has decided to shut down 23.
By the way, I think I'm going to do something here. I think I'm going to start the goal early today. I'll still give it an extra hour if we need it after the fact. But since I'm starting so late, I just want to get it in here so people can contribute to the goal. For those that are maybe planning to go to sleep at some point soon. Let's see here. Okay, goal started, and Morbius Dragon getting us started off, breaking the ice with a sweet, sweet galactic membership gift. To what you can do, Beautiful. It's a great gift. Well gifted, sir.
Out of work following the abrupt shutdown of a regional newspaper chain. Stephanie Tsai has more.
Facing deep financial troubles, News Media Corp has decided to shut down 23 news operations, 6 in Wyoming, 7 in Illinois, 5 in Arizona, 4 in South Dakota, and 1 in Nebraska. The closures by the Illinois-based company are just the latest in a trend, contributing to growing news deserts in rural America. Over the past 2 decades, more than a third of the nation's newspapers have disappeared. For more on what this means for the future of local news, I'm joined by Terry Finneman. journalism professor at the University of Kansas and co-author of Reviving Rural News, Transforming the Business Model of Community Journalism in the U.S. and Beyond. Terry, thank you so much for joining the NewsHour. I understand that you previously partnered with one of these newspapers in South Dakota, the Brookings Register. The Brookings mayor said that paper is irreplaceable, a town of 25,000 people who needed this local newspaper. Can you talk about the role of a paper like this in a small town like Brookings?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely critical. There's a reason that when this part of the United States was settled, a newspaper was one of the first businesses that was established. It made you a real town to have a newspaper. It is a central place in the community, especially in a time when the nation is so divisive. A newspaper is really that central place to get information about your community that nobody else is covering, to learn.
Yep. And with this closure, with these closures, on top of the already other, probably like there was already a problem with local journalism, right? There was already a downtrend, in active newspapers, and the local journalism already going on. You add on to the fact that other local stations, which are funded by things like PBS, by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which is now closing. You're going to see a whole lot more of this. This is going to start to really compound. And people are going to be lacking in information about what is going on in the place that they live, right around them. They're not even going to know what is going on. They're going to have very little access to that. And that's not good. That's bad. And as a space journalist who counts on journalism from across the nation and the planet, it's going to hit us too around here at the Galactic News Network. All right, just want to remind everybody that not only do we have the YouTube content goal going, we also have a galactic deficit finance goal, of course. We need to finance the deficit around here, so you can contribute. You can get 2 for 1 on your money. You can hit 2 goals at once. You can contribute to the galactic deficit goal, as well as the YouTube content goal, simultaneously by contributing on Cash App or PayPal or Patreon. All options. All right, now let's move on from the journalism and start talking about the Epstein files. Boy, oh boy, there's a lot to get into here. Now, of course, you probably get what's about to happen here, but we will talk. We're going to talk about a couple of things. I'm going to try and slow roll this a little bit. Here's King 5 from 14 hours ago. Congress, a congressional committee expecting the release of the Epstein files immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A congressional committee is expected to soon release files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Justice Department is handing over the previously unreleased files to the House Oversight Committee today. The committee chair says they plan to make the files public, but first they have to remove the names of the victims and any information that could impact ongoing cases. But critics and victim advocates fear the process will be delayed, and some are trying to prevent the release.
All we're asking these people to do is the right thing. That's all that she ever asked for, was just to do the right thing.
Why are rich and powerful men who abused young girls being protected? And what group is it that's so powerful that they have a hold on the United States government, that we can't release this information?
When the full House returns after Labor Day, Democrats plan to introduce a discharge petition to force a vote on demanding the release of undisclosed Epstein files. House Speaker Mike Johnson blocked an effort to do it last month by starting the chamber's summer break early.
All right. Now, before we talk more about the actual... what just happened here? God damn it. Nope. Not that either.
2025 was supposed
Please,
to be
sir, I
the year
need you
that
to
we
hold
would
on.
find out everything about
Please
the
shut up. There we go. Good job. All right, what was I saying? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. All right, so we will talk about the actual releasing of the files in a moment, but first I wanted to go here to a particular issue right now that I think is going to be very pertinent in the near future. Channel 4 News did a fascinating piece around the Epstein files, which was released about 16 hours ago, discussing the amount of data which they believe is in the files. And you prepare yourself. It's a lot. It's a lot of, and especially when you think about files. It's like, you know, okay, here we go. Take it away, Channel 4.
2025 was supposed to be the year that we would find out everything about the Jeffrey Epstein case.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
But instead, the Trump administration now says there's no Epstein client list, there was no blackmail, and no more evidence can be released to the public. They've supercharged speculation and angered their own supporters.
The explanations here are just absurd.
And at the heart of it all are the Epstein files. In July, the Department of Justice said their review was done. Nothing more to see. But we don't think the DOJ's account of the Epstein files fully adds up. We've trawled through material relating to Epstein's crimes, hundreds of court documents and previous disclosures. The DOJ said its review included 300 gigabytes of evidence. But our analysis asked if the true scale of the Epstein files is much, much larger and actually runs to terabytes, still unreleased to the public. And in a scandal plagued by claims of intelligence and blackmail, we've identified sophisticated surveillance equipment that can be linked to multiple cameras and accessed remotely. We'll hear from forensic and legal experts about what we've found.
300 gigabytes is not anywhere close to encompassing all of the digital evidence in this case.
And look at how Trump's administration is dealing with the fallout of breathing new life into the Epstein mystery.
This is why members of the public don't trust the government.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It's literally like 20 minutes long. But this thing, I swear, this thing is freaking fascinating. When they get into this, hold on. Oh, we don't need all of this. Some of this stuff we definitely already know. But just gonna skip around a little bit through this if I can remember all the spots I want.
But actually, the day of the big reveal turned out to be a big disappointment. Most of the 200 pages declassified were already available to the public. It was not what the MAGA world was promised.
There's effectively nothing new in the binders.
These are stuff that we've known for 3 years.
This came out, and it was a nothing burger. I am really pissed.
Facing a backlash, Bondi quickly released a statement saying that she was told by an anonymous FBI source that thousands of pages of documents were secretly withheld from her office, and so she ordered the FBI to release them. And again, Bondi promised transparency.
Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. We're going to go through it as fast as we can. It's a new administration, and everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
And so, after months of examining all the evidence, did we finally find out what was in those files? Not quite. On July the 8th, the DOJ and the FBI released a memo that said there was no client list, no evidence that Epstein blackmailed.
Okay, no, this isn't the spot I want. We know this. We know what they said. They said, hey, I
don't want reality.
I don't want reality. And I don't want you to want reality either. But let's, yeah, this is where I want. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. The text. Text is killing me.
That can be made public to the American people.
The message was clear from the Trump administration. Nothing more to see here. We don't agree. Let's start with the number, 300 gigabytes of data. The DOJ offered just a single sentence about what they reviewed in the July memo. A significant amount of material, including more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. Back in the early 2000s, when the Epstein investigations were starting, that would have been the space of one decent-sized hard drive on your average home computer. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't run an average home. In fact, there's a lot to suggest he was obsessed with data and storing evidence. Pictures of FBI seizures at Epstein's homes show piles of CDs, hard drives, and a number of computers. And the files the Department of Justice released in February give us a clearer idea of just how much digital storage he had. This evidence list from Phase 1 in February details dozens of hard disks, computers, iPads, thumb drives, and network servers. It's packed with digital devices. Some are listed with their storage capacity. With others, we use model and serial numbers to work it out. Adding together the capacity of only the devices where we can be certain of their size, our analysis shows the total comes to more than 24 terabytes. Now, obviously some of the devices may have been empty or only partially filled, but the contrast between the July memo and the February evidence list is striking. The 300 gigabytes specifically mentioned in the July memo would represent a tiny fraction of those potential 24 terabytes, just over 1% of the total data capacity laid out by the DOJ in February. And we know there's a huge amount of evidence out there.
Yeah. And when we're talking about files, right? Like text files are almost just meaningless. When we're talking in terms of terabytes, like you could have like millions of text files in a single terabyte, right? Like millions and millions of files. Because text doesn't take up anything. Pictures take up more, of course, you know, video, you know, such and such, audio and video, or even more. Let's also not forget that, you know, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, probably has a lot of stuff that goes back, like way back. And actually, I'm not going to get ahead of myself because I'll let them, because
during Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, her lawyer complained to the judge about how Maxwell was having to review terabytes of evidence on inadequate prison computers while waiting for trial. Evidence included approximately 214,000 photographs,
Jesus,
hundreds of hours of audio-visual files, 2.4 million pages of material, 20,000 pages of interview notes, and reports and other materials related to 226 separate witnesses. That's terabytes of evidence being discussed in black and white between a judge and Maxwell's lawyer in a case the Department of Justice was prosecuting in 2021. But now the DOJ...
Okay, there we go. I just want to go back to that real quick. Where is it? Here? Hundreds of hours of audio-visual files. I mean, it depends on the... like the, what do you call it, the resolution of the video, but that could be a ton. That could be a ton of space, depending on what that resolution was. But like, certainly not 30. Certainly not, what was it, 24 terabytes worth. But this is also just the evidence against Ghislaine Maxwell, right? So there may very well have been plenty of stuff. I mean, actually, there's almost definitely a bunch of other stuff that may have not been pertinent to Ghislaine, that would be in the rest of the Epstein files.
Audio-visual files, 2.4 million pages of material, 20,000 pages of interview notes, and reports and other materials related to 226 separate witnesses. That's terabytes of evidence being discussed in black and white between a judge and Maxwell's lawyer in a case the Department of Justice was prosecuting in 2021. But now, the DOJ is telling the world that it's providing maximum information to the public, but only refers to evidence including more than 300 gigabytes. We spoke to Stacey Eldridge, a former FBI senior forensic examiner, about what we found.
Are they saying they were only going to produce 300 gigabytes of discovery? Did they think there were only 300 gigabytes of data that was relevant to this case that they were going to use in trial? It's really vague.
The government is being less than genuine when they said that there's only 300 gigabytes of data. We know from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial that there were terabytes of discovery that were produced in that case.
The DOJ's conclusion to their exhaustive review needs a closer look too. Their aim was to release as much as possible while protecting victims and respecting the evidence that's been sealed by courts. In the end, they decided that no further disclosure was appropriate or warranted. But is it feasible that within potentially terabytes of information, the hundreds of thousands of documents, photos, videos, emails, and messages, that there was nothing that warranted release? Because just a quick look at the evidence list from February raises questions about the DOJ's conclusion. The list mentions photos of Epstein's private island, like these ones. They were previously released in open court. And what about this poster? Clear evidence of how Epstein operated. It was previously found on an electronic device and released in court. If files like these were on one of the data devices the DOJ said they had back in February, why not release them now? And as rumors that Epstein was working with intelligence agencies continue to swirl.
Okay, hold on. There's more of this, but I can't watch. We can't watch the whole thing. I got a bunch of shit to get through here. But there is more to this that I want us to go through. And also, I just want to point this out. So, like, I'm just like thinking out loud right now about the going back to those files, specifically the video files. And as a person who works with a lot of video files, you know, 1080p video. It depends on what compression format you're using, among other things, like quality of video. That's gonna run anywhere from like 1 gig per hour to like 20 gigs or more, depending on what format you're using. But most generally specifically, like in general, like I think most 1080p files, most compression rates, and you're gonna get like somewhere between 1 and like 5 gigs per hour. But if you go down, like say you're using security cameras, right? If you go down in resolution, like all of a sudden that number goes way down, right? So who knows exactly how much hundreds of hours worth of video actually is in terms of file size, and like what it would be representative of in terms of the amount of supposed data that was in the Ghislaine Maxwell portion of those files. Whoops. Let me start this a little.
First investigated Epstein in 2005, a report for the DOJ's Office of Professional Responsibility says the police knew that Epstein had surveillance cameras stationed in and around his home, which potentially captured video evidence of people visiting his residence. Victims of Epstein have long claimed his properties were covered by cameras.
He showed you cameras throughout the house.
The main thing he did when I walked in, I thought was interesting, he showed me where the men monitoring everything were. I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet, bed. It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments.
Jesus Christ. Toilet cam 1, toilet cam 2, toilet cam 3. Oh my God.
DOJ's evidence list from February that sophisticated security camera gear was found on Epstein's properties. It reveals seized CCTV and surveillance equipment capable of recording banks of cameras and storing terabytes of data, including a Unify NVR, or network video recorder. That's a small server that stores and manages video from up to 20 cameras. Additional hardware could have made it possible to access the clips and save them remotely. Another system, wrongly spelled as Cube, appears to be a Secure 9000 site server. It's marketed for use as a security system for schools, healthcare centers, or small businesses, designed to help monitor access and can be used with video systems. We know nothing about exactly what, if any, data investigators retrieved from the surveillance systems. Another glimpse at potential evidence before the shutters came down.
When you're talking about dozens and dozens of electronic devices seized from Jeffrey Epstein, it has to be video, most likely, or thousands and thousands of pictures. Why haven't those pictures been produced?
I think there's a lot of evidence.
Yeah, I mean, if he was running this entire surveillance network over his properties and was hiring people to monitor them, and you would assume that there's also some amount of recording going on onto those cameras and some amount of backing up of that data. Who knows? I mean, if you have, just think about it this way, right? Like, say you have, let's think, I mean, considering some of those pictures we were just looking at, like, say that you have one property, and it sounds like you had multiple properties that were just completely covered in surveillance cameras. Like, and usually, so now I'll point this out. Surveillance cameras are usually not in 1080p unless they're super, super high quality. And it's possible that Jeffrey Epstein was using super high quality cameras, but let's just assume it's in 720p. Okay. So at the very, like, like, I think, you know, let's just call it 1 gig an hour on like a high quality 720 cam. Multiply that by 10 and then by 24. Right, to get how much footage you would technically have on that camera from one day. Now, of course, a lot of systems don't keep track of it, but if you have a big ass server, right, like if you have a decent sized server and you just, you know, you're just recording to that directly from your surveillance system, then you've got no problems, right? If you got many terabytes worth of drive sitting on a server somewhere. It doesn't even have to be on your property, right? Like, you could just be paying someone. You could be paying someone like a service. Like, so who knows exactly where that data may have been stored, but most likely it would have been close to him, especially considering the, like, you know, the claims that he was using this kind of stuff for blackmail. You would think he'd want it on hand. And so, I mean, that was like 240 gigabytes per day, right? So there could be just a massive trove of data beyond that 24 that's just, maybe someone got to the server, like a server, because you would think there would be like a big ass server somewhere that has a lot of this stuff on it.
The DOJ did release in July wasn't even related to Epstein's crimes, but to his death. Hours of what was described as raw CCTV footage captured in Jeffrey Epstein's prison blog on the day he was found dead in his cell. But analysis by experts and other media outlets quickly pointed out issues with the footage. Like a missing minute the DOJ said was the result of a nightly reset.
The first shocker was, you know, the midnight reboot, and then people said, oh, we've found a minute missing, and then it was kind of up to 2.5 minutes, and then maybe 3 minutes. And then, as other people pointed out, you can see like the mouse moving, so it's certainly not a raw video by any means.
Even things like the video from Jeffrey Epstein's jail the night he died, that was ostensibly supposed to prove he killed himself. Well, CBS News did a analysis of it, and they said this doesn't really prove anything. You can see people sneaking up to the block of jail cells out of view of the camera, things like this. So there are so many unanswered questions here.
If Trump's Department of Justice hoped its July memo would finally put to rest the conspiracy theories and speculation around the crimes and death of Jeffrey Epstein, then between the edited prison footage, potentially missing terabytes of data, and no further release of evidence, what it actually achieved was to breathe more life into the Epstein files mystery.
Whether it's Bondi or Patel or other high-level folks at the DOJ, they've been saying something for years, again, before they were in these positions. And now that they're at DOJ, you know, this is why people think that there's a deep state and there's this conspiracy to protect the rich and powerful in America.
I think this
Okay. God. It's a very troubling video. Went through that whole thing and was just sort of horrified and also just morbidly curious about this. Like, this opens up so much. Like, when I started thinking about it, I was like, wait. Okay, so they have 24, there's at least 24 terabytes worth of devices that are logged right now. You add on all of the boxes and boxes of other evidence and stuff out there. There is just a trove of evidence that exists. Now, as of earlier today, the Epstein records were supposedly transmitted to Congress. What that entails, we'll talk about in the future. I actually don't know what's in them. It's not been made. It's supposed to be behind doors files, so who knows exactly what, if any, Congress people will come out and tell us about these things. This is from 7 hours ago.
CNN has learned that the DOJ has handed the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee.
And in addition, the Justice Department has publicly released a transcript and audio of the interview between Deputy AG Todd Blanche, who of course was formerly President Trump's personal attorney, and Ghislaine Maxwell. We have a team of reporters who are following this. We begin with Caitlin Polance. Caitlin, what more are we learning about the release of this audio and this transcript?
Well, this is quite an unusual moment for the Justice Department to release something like this. The transcript of the interview between Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein in this child sex trafficking situation,
Illegal.
And to also release audio. But of course, this is a very unusual situation for a lot of different reasons. We're still going through this transcript, and I can see, just as a top line, that Ghislaine Maxwell speaks about the fact that she had met Donald Trump before and that she knew Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were in contact. There is nothing more that I'm seeing here as of now related to that. That is a question that we're going to have as we're going through this, if there is anything more said there in the transcript that is substantive. Trump, of course, has not been accused of any crimes, but a lot of questions about his relationship with Epstein have been out there. The other thing here that we are seeing is what happened with the Justice Department's handling of Ghislaine Maxwell. We see at the very top of this transcript that Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, so that's pretty much as far up as you get in the Justice Department, herself, he's the one that sits down with Maxwell and outlines there's an immunity agreement, that what she says in this interview cannot be used against her in court unless, of course, she lies in some way. Very unusual to have a proffer such as this, that's what you would call it in legal terms, for someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, who is post-trial, never cooperated.
this woman is
Blanche even
dangerous,
says
ladies and
he's
gentlemen.
not interviewing her as a cooperator at this time, that they were just, quote unquote, talking when he sat down with her a month ago, and that she continues to be appealing her.
No, unfortunately, I woke up super late today. Like, I fell asleep during the majority report. Like, I don't know, 12:30 or 1 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. And I woke up super late. So I haven't even gotten a chance to listen, because I think that the audio is available, whereas the Epstein files themselves, right? Because these are two different discussions we're having, right? The Epstein files have been released to Congress, while the audio and transcript of the interview between Trump's lawyer and Assistant Attorney General Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell in that federal maximum security prison that she was in before being transferred to that sweet Club Med prison that she's staying at now. But I do believe that I think there's somewhere like available. I don't know who has them, but I'm gonna try and find it later and see what the fuck went on in that meeting.
Could potentially, in the legal world, have another trial out there for her if the appeals were to work in her favor. But they did do this interview. She did have a limited immunity agreement. She did sit down with the Deputy Attorney General, and the Justice Department now has released both 4 sets, so 4 different documents documenting the transcript of the 2 days of interviews, as well as many audio recordings capturing Ghislaine Maxwell speaking to the Deputy Attorney General at the end of July in this interview.
And Caitlin, what are we expecting on the Epstein files handed over to House Oversight? We understand that committee members are going to review it, potentially add additional redactions. How soon can we see it?
Well, that would be the full Epstein files, or the portion of the Epstein files that the Justice Department is willing to release to the House Oversight Committee. So the Ghislaine Maxwell, Todd Blanche transcript, that's a new filing that the Justice Department itself is putting out there. But we also are learning from our producer, Hannah Rabinowitz, over at the Justice Department, that the Justice Department has sent the records related to Jeffrey Epstein to the House Oversight Committee. We'll have to wait and see exactly what that is and how fulsome of a collection of records it is.
Yeah.
The FBI has thousands of records from its investigation of Epstein. A small portion of them have been released in the public sphere, and the Justice Department previously, when they tried to say they were releasing records, it was largely the same as what had been out there before about Epstein. So we will wait to see what that is, what went from the Justice Department to the House Oversight Committee. We expect there to be redactions around there. We're waiting to see exactly how much would be in those documents. But the House Oversight Committee, the Republicans on the Hill, they did want essentially everything. Everything from the Epstein investigation, everything from the Ghislaine Maxwell investigation, and everything surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death in 2019.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, and Kristen Holmes, you're there at the White House. What can you tell us about the conversations there that led to the release of the transcript?
Yeah, Brown and Boris, this has been an ongoing conversation for weeks now. Just to take you back in time, we know the White House was having a lot of problems managing the Epstein story. One, the Department of Justice, they believed, and staffers at the White House, in addition to people across the country, had really botched the rollout of that memo saying that there was essentially nothing within the Epstein files, and they couldn't get away from this story. So about 3 weeks ago, there started to be an internal conversation. It was just after Todd Blanchett sat down for this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell about how they could attempt to be more transparent. And one of the conversations around this was whether or not to release not only the transcript, but the...
How can we be more transparent? Let's see. I don't know. Tell us literally anything that was going on in there. One thing I've been wondering to myself is just how complete that supposed interview transcript and audio are. Because here's the facts, okay? And this is why I think it needs to be gone over quite extensively, is that, like, is not nobody else was in the fucking room with them, right? It was Todd Blanchett, Donald Trump's former lawyer and current deputy AG of the United States, meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell in a closed door session, right? And so, and since it's audio and not video, it's going to be it'll be potentially even harder to figure it out. But I mean, they had access. They're the ones who made the transcript. They're the ones who made the audio file. They could easily doctor it. You know, you just cut out a paragraph from the transcript and you cut out 15 seconds from the audio. Nobody's the wiser, right? It would take a forensic investigation to figure that kind of thing out.
As well, which, as Caitlin said, is really unprecedented. I mean, even the fact that they took audio in the first place when we reported that was unprecedented. That doesn't happen in every sit-down interview. So this conversation had been going on now for weeks, and there was a moment in which they were planning on releasing.
Yeah, and on that fact, I mean, the fact, I think, at least in my opinion, they chose to bring the audio recorder in there. The old tape recorder or whatever device they use to record this discussion on, because they were hoping that she would give them something that they could release that exonerates Donald Trump. And I think I saw some right-winger post a clip of that. So there's supposedly Donald Trump, I think maybe it was Fox News or somebody like that. It was like, Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, she says Donald Trump was a good guy. As if that should be at all, like, exonerating of Donald Trump. Anyways, that's going to be it on the Epstein files. I know it's a little disappointing. We don't actually know anything about the files that have been sent to Congress yet, aside from that they have been sent, in what totality, and, how many redactions. We just don't know. We just don't know. We're going to have to, Gonna have to ask Congress for some answers on that situation. All right, let's see. How are we doing on time? Not bad, not bad. Still under an hour to get through the Epstein files. Okay, let us move it along here to D.C., where, of course, a lot of stuff has been happening. Well, actually, this first clip isn't actually in D.C. This is J.D. Vance at a event in, is it Ohio or Indiana? I cannot remember. I think it was somewhere in the Midwest. Maryland, maybe? God, that's not the Midwest. I can't remember where it is, but he was doing some sort of event. And let's go here, see what he had to say. Wait, this is the wrong one. Wait, did I delete that? Is that not in here anymore? Where'd that go? Did they take the video down? Oh, son of a bitch. Never mind. Let's go straight to DC. I take it back. No event. No event.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I don't know where that file went. That's gone. Here's this. This is Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. In DC, reporters talking to J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, I know why it's there. Because it's in chronological order. I just got confused.
Were crime statistics manipulated by the DC police?
Well, I think that crime statistics all over our country were massively underreported because a lot of people would pick up the phone, they'd call somebody, they'd try to get help, and nobody would show up. If you look at wait times, at 911 response times all across our country, but certainly in Washington, D.C., they were way too long. And that wasn't because of the D.C. police, that was because there was too much crime and too few law enforcement agents on the street to bring order and decency to this city. You talk to these guys. I talked to 3 police officers earlier. I've talked to the National Guard. They are so happy that they've been empowered to do their job, which is to make American streets safe for American citizens. And I think that empowerment is going to keep on going until we make America, and D.C. in particular, a safe place again.
What evidence do you have that the DOJ has? Are you going to be releasing it?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to be releasing evidence of this?
Of what? The DC has a terrible crime
Of
problem.
all of the claims that you said.
Obviously,
You just gotta look around. What do you want evidence for? Come on, man. What evidence? Oh, come on now. You want evidence? Use your eyes. Now, of course, all the things that J.D. Vance just claimed could be verifiable with evidence. It would be pretty easy, actually. I mean, these claims that he's making are incredibly verifiable. In fact, you just go and you look at the data for the 911 operators, in the DC metro area. And unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me right now, but it would be very easy for him to just release that data. But instead, he wants us to use our eyes, I guess. I mean, I'm sure that's just because looking at the data is tough. Trying to do it must just be very difficult to interpolate the data or to make it actually look like it's actually lines up with what J.D. Vance is trying to purport here. But of course, this is just a lie from a smarmy little weasel. And if they wanted to release evidence of this stuff, they could. But if they did release the evidence, people would look at it and say, that's what you just said is not true.
I don't want reality.
Now, this was Donald Trump hanging out with the DC National Guard for a quick presser.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
It's a healthy, attractive-looking group of people.
So sexy. Look at you guys.
Good.
Donald Trump.
Well, I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I wanted to do this. We've had
Donald Trump is so fucking homoerotic. I swear to God. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's just hilarious. I mean, you remember yesterday's stream where he was like, I wouldn't call it hitting on them, but he was like complimenting who was it? Oh god, the president of Finland. I almost called him Mark Rutte, but that's not his name. Oh fuck, what's his name? Whatever. But he was like, "Wow, look at you! You're looking great. You're looking better than I've ever seen you. My god! Wow, look at him." And then asking Heinrich Mertz, he's like, "Oh, Heinrich, looking good, buddy. Great tan. Wow, how'd you get that? He's so sexy. What a sexy guy. Look at all these sexy National Guardsmen. They make me feel so safe."
everybody very much for being here. I wanted to do this. We've had some incredible results. The results have come out, and it's like a different place. It's like a different city. It's the capital. It's going to be the best in the world. We're going to do what you're doing with law enforcement, and very importantly also, we're going to physically do it. We're going back to Congress for some money, and we're going to redo a lot of the pavement, a lot of the medians, a lot of the graffiti's all coming off. I've never received so many phone calls thanking me for what we've done in Washington, D.C. from people that haven't gone to a restaurant literally in 4 years.
4 years,
And,
nobody, they've never
they
even,
said, you know, what
they
you've
haven't
done
left the house.
They
don't go to restaurants. They are forced to be cloistered in a bunker underground in Washington, D.C., living off of Soylent Green, breathing canned air. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Worse than Colombia. Worse than Afghanistan. Let's see how some of the locals in D.C. were receiving of the National Guard. How receptive they were to this incursion on their city. Here's the majority report from yesterday.
Protesters outside Rochester City Hall gathered tonight to voice opposition to local, state, and federal policies impacting the LGBTQ, immigrant, and homeless communities. 10 groups organized tonight's rally. They spoke about how federal immigration efforts are not just traumatizing migrants, but people who live in tents and queer and trans people as part of their...
What just happened? Okay, here it is. Here it is. I found it.
So, J.D. Vance was heckled at Union Station yesterday. He was walking in there to visit the brave National Guardsmen who are protecting the Shake Shack from
The Shake
a
Shack has
homeless
been taken
person.
back from Hamas.
Sir, we have secured the Union Station Shake Shack. By the way, great Shake Shack.
I mean, you're
I used to go to
taking-
DC all the time, and I would always stop at that Shake
Taking
Shack.
your life into your hands, going to that Shake Shack. You've got that 15-minute wait. You might be mugged like several times in that.
Obviously, I wore a bulletproof vest throughout the Shake Shack train station experience, but it's a little nice to see these fascists get booed. Here he is walking in with the Nazi Stephen Miller and getting not so warm of a welcome in DC's Union Station.
Oh, right there. Oh, look! It's Couch Fucker! You gonna fucking couch buddy?
Pause it for a sec. Did you hear that?
I wasn't ready for that.
Couch fucker.
I thought we were gonna hear like
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Right out the gate.
I mean, he's just asking questions. He's just asking questions about J.D. Vance, our most upholstery-obsessed vice president to date.
It's journalism, basically.
Citizen journalism.
Yeah.
Look! It's Couch Fucker! You gonna fucking couch buddy? Right here. Do not go past the
There was did one of the hecklers say like, you gonna fuck a couch, buddy? It was very Tim Robinson. You buddy, you sure you're gonna do that?
You gonna
fuck a couch? So that's pretty good.
Illegal.
But while they were there, are they in a secure location after this?
In the green zone.
Okay, good.
Thank God.
They held a little press conference.
Jesus, I say
Stephen
that.
Miller decided to get in front of a camera. Ugh, it's not really what I would advise. But here he is speaking about how he's protecting black people.
Oh.
They have no families they're raising in this city. They have no one that they're sending to school in this city. They have no jobs in this city. They have no connections to this
Oh,
community
pause it
at
just
all.
to explain. Sorry. He's talking about the protesters outside that were mocking them.
Which is, this is clear reversal of the reality. Like, the truth is, this is
Yeah.
all a performance for people who don't live anywhere near any of these cities and are hysterical about the images they get about crime. That
Yes, it is certainly a form of hysteria. That is for sure. Matt knows what he's talking about.
It's located.
Yeah, you get off the wrong exit and all of a sudden you feel like you need to call the National Guard.
You're downtown. You don't want to be downtown.
Downtown.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
They have no one that they're sending to school in this city. They have no jobs in this city. They have no connections to this community at all. But they're the ones who've been advocating for the 1%. The criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers.
Ah, yes, that's the new 1%.
Because me, Pete, and the
I see.
Who's the 1%?
The new that's the new
Who are we
1%.
talking
Yeah.
about again? Is this about
The 1%? It's not the 1%. It's not the normal 1%. It's not the ultra wealthy, the top 1% of earners. No, that's not who he's talking about. Those are the good people, according to Stephen Miller. It's the 1% of society that's out there committing crimes on the streets.
I don't know. Like, the protesters? Like,
he's using 1%er like Hell's Angels do, you know? Like a
Yeah.
Hell's Angel 1%er is somebody who's killed somebody.
Yeah.
I mean-
I think we mean something else by 1% in this country in 2000. Post 2008, really.
But isn't it very poetic that his 1% has nothing to do with income and wealth inequality?
Oh,
and it's
the
about
Na-
demonizing people.
The Nazi is displacing blame for the capitalists at the top of society onto an other. That is shocking.
Yeah.
I just feel like if I were already being accused of being like a sinister, like shadow president in like the cabinet, I wouldn't give a whole press conference ensconced in like darkness the way he seems to be doing here.
But he loves it. He loves it. Like he's the guy who likes being evil. Like he loves that people like know this about him and believe this about him. This is someone who feeds off that. This isn't a guy who's like trying to hide it.
Well, that's because the only option for guys like this is like either they're evil or a loser, and that's like half of the appeal of being evil for like the Republican right like figures. Like, well, if they weren't evil, they would just be like losers. They would just be like the principal from you know the '80s movie who hates fun. That's what they are actually, but you know they would rather be like just an outright fascist than to just be like kind of not cool. That's
gives
what
them
being cool.
It gives them an excuse as to why people don't like them. Like if they weren't evil, people wouldn't like them because of who they are, their personality, what they were into, what they weren't into, just being losers.
And inspired by them, we're going to add
Matt, that's playing. Sorry.
Okay, let's see here. I think there's another part in this that I wanted to watch. I can't remember where it is. Fuck it. Let's keep moving. Let's talk about Sandwich Guy, who to some is a hero, and others a terrible, nasty man.
How rude.
Of course, the Jeanine Pirro, the Attorney General of D.C., was put there by Donald Trump, former Fox News anchor, drunk news talker. Jeanine Pirro, of course, filed not federal charges, but felony charges. That's it. And that those charges were struck down immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because no, throwing a sandwich is not felony assault. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
All right.
DC joined Los Angeles
in the worst club in the country, the Club of Cities being occupied by the National Guard. Yeah, and DC is so much smaller, right?
Yeah.
And it isn't a state, right? So I think there's part of me that's a little bit jealous. Like, this is so awful, but there's part of me that's like, hey, LA was under occupation and still is, but DC really is a small city, and doesn't have its full like rights and whatnot. Here's what it's looking like. I'll just talk because there's some music behind it, but here you go. It's like there's dudes walking. I mean, it looks like Jan 6 here. You got PI vests, you've got DC police vests, and they're just, DEA vests. They're hanging out on corners. They're walking in front of cafes and clubs. Luckily, their faces aren't covered. This guy's coming out like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But this is kind of what like a night in DC is looking like, and it's really terrifying. Right now, specifically unhoused people are being harassed. Their things are being thrown away. And also people who are just chilling on the stoop. Take a look at this.
Stay in that trouble.
This is someone filming their stoop, and a bunch of
no, I live
National
right here.
Guard are walking by.
Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette.
He's asking.
Y'all get a call or something right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like Code 3 or anything like that? But no. All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together for 7 days and going out, trying to stop the violent crime. All stuff. We're out here contacting people.
So wait. How is what they're doing right now stopping violent crime? Just talking to guys sitting down, having a cigarette? How is that solving anything? We need armed federal agents patrolling the street, talking to people for no good reason. Okay. That solves the violent crime. Thank God.
Talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside.
You can't smoke or drink.
Quality of life. Okay, so wait.
You can't smoke or drink in public now? Well, no, you can't, technically, you can't drink in public, but you can't smoke in public? What's that supposed to mean? Since when?
Did you just hear what he said? He said, we're stopping the violent crime. A beat later, quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking outside. Well, what about the violent crime? What did you just say? Is that violent crime?
Drinking is violence against liquids. Okay, that's what Francesca's not getting. Because Donald Trump is very concerned about the violence against liquid beverages. And by drinking that beverage, you are basically killing it. It will never be the same again. That's violence, okay?
So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law so they learn, right? And then if there's other stuff going on where it turns into there's multiple agencies, there's shooting and things like that. So there's extra hands as well, right? So we're just out here trying to inform people and educate people. It's not like we're trying to just go grab people and ruin someone's life over a joint or something.
We're not trying to ruin someone's life over a joint, but we were asking you if you were smoking a joint, and it goes on. He's like, "Oh, I thought I smelled weed." It is, and yes, Trump somehow can do this because of home rule, but that's the level. We've seen it here in LA. It's all the more, I think, egregious there because DC, especially in the summertime, man, people are out, they're hanging.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. Now, I'm trying to remember when the first day of this was declared, but they are starting on that home rule situation. They are starting to run out of time. I think it's already been what, a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe now. When did that happen? Anybody? I can easily figure this out if I just go here and do this. Yeah, it was almost 2 weeks ago now. It was like 12, it was 11 days ago. 11, 12 days ago. So they only have, I think, like a little bit over 2 weeks. Maybe, sorry, a little bit over, a little over 3 weeks. No, 2 weeks, less than 3 weeks. Right, like 19 days. And then they'll have to remove troops from the city. And Donald Trump's been talking about, maybe sending the National Guard to a bunch of other different states. The latest one that was recommended by Trump was Minneapolis. I'm sorry, Minnesota. But he said specifically the city of Minneapolis. But yeah, what I love is that Republicans used to be literally like foaming at the mouth a little over 10 years ago now. Go back to Obama's Barack Obama's presidency, and Republicans were foaming at the mouth over stuff like this. Literally, like, go back and like look at people like Alex Jones during the Obama presidency talking about martial law. How, Obama had like signed a law relating to martial law, or at some point like some sort of order, but there was no actual like martial law declared. It was just like some sort of like technicality about I can't even remember exactly what it entailed, but like nothing like this was going on at that time. But Republicans were literally losing their mind over the possibility of martial law. And now we have fucking literally troops roaming the streets and talking to private citizens, minding their own business on their property, and basically behaving as the Gestapo in the same way that ICE is, but with all crimes. Just like, hey, you commit any crimes there, buddy? Just sort of patrolling the streets here, doing the martial law thing. Where is Alex Jones?
Rid of the Second Amendment.
The FEMA camps. Oh, yes, the FEMA camps, too. Yeah. Oh, boy. Those were going to be the death camps of the future. I remember that. What, you don't know? We're FEMA preparing for mass execution of American citizens. All right. Now, while we're talking about the troops, let's go to this quick CNN clip from a couple of days ago. Talk about Donald Trump's claim that he is a war hero, which is something that he said, I think, last week.
Congressman, I wanted to ask you something Trump had said about the start of the war, but he actually just was on a radio show a moment ago, the president was, and he was talking about the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said something that I have to play for you. You've got to hear this.
He's a war hero because we work together. He's a war hero. I guess I am too.
Yes, I am
cares,
too.
but
We're all war
I am
heroes.
too. I mean, I sent those planes.
I sent them. I'm a hero.
When I said at the top, Adam, that I wanted to mention that you had flown missions over Iraq and Afghanistan, I didn't think that I would be putting you in the position of having to comment on Trump calling himself a war hero, but here we are.
I sent them into battle. That makes me a hero. Look. Listen, look. I am great. Much better than people say, actually. And maybe even a war hero. Many people are saying it to me. They say, sir, you have the aura of a war hero. And like, I'm saying it. And look, I sent the troops in there. That makes me a hero. Same thing as actually doing the war.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just nuts. This is nuts. And they're going to find, his people are going to find a way to justify this. Listen, when they were putting out something honoring the Army's 250th anniversary, they put out a picture of Donald Trump in his military academy uniform, which has nothing to do with the military except they drill you. This is nuts. He's not a war hero. You can like what he's done. That's fine. I hope he gets a resolution in Ukraine. But to put himself on the same level of people that have actually gone out and served this country, not claimed bone spurs, is an offense to anybody who served. And frankly, you just take somebody that served, calling themselves a war hero even, that would be inappropriate. For a guy that to say it. It's nuts, but they'll defend it. They'll find a way.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
That's right, old Donnie Bonespurs declaring himself a war hero on a TV interview earlier this week. Stolen valor. Anybody remember that? Remember Republicans just losing their freaking minds over stolen valor? I mean, like, on multiple occasions. Like, it's insane to call yourself a war hero, first off. And second off, when you've never even, like, Donald Trump was never even in the military, right? He avoided the draft with the bone spurs. And so, he didn't even get close to fighting a war. But, like, who was it? I'm trying to remember. There's that one guy who claimed, who was it? Stole that. Oh my God. Yeah, they claimed that they were, like, they had fought in a war, but instead they had just been in the area or something like that. Like, this has happened on multiple occasions, and Republicans have lost their freaking minds, right? I just can't think of the people like that actually where this happened to them, but it's just it is wild that there isn't some massive outrage on the right now. I thought they loved the troops. Now Donald Trump is basically stealing their much-deserved honor. It's terrible. The fact is, Donald just wants to feel like he is a big, strong man, right? He wants to feel like he's noble and, gallant. But in fact, Donald Trump is a douchebag and a weakling and a dude who avoided service back when it was mandated. And unlike, the rest of the people of his generation, who most of them fought, so at least the men in wars, he did not. He did not. He got a doctor, I paid him, to tell the army that he had bone spurs.
Illegal.
All right, now let's go here. Talk about a dude who was Defense Department adjacent, former, I think, NSA, right? John Bolton? Former NSA director under Donald Trump? Hold on. Why can I not remember this? My brain is broken today. I'm all fucked up over here. National Security Advisor. That's right. Okay. Now, you probably have heard at this point, but John Bolton's home and office were both raided by the FBI in the wee hours of the morning today. Here's MSNBC to get us started off on this insane story. Because let's not forget, John Bolton worked under Donald Trump's administration the first time.
We have breaking news just now. FBI agents have raided former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. area home early this morning. A source familiar with the matter tells NBC News that the FBI agents raided Bolton's home in Bethesda, Maryland this morning as part of a, quote, national security investigation in search of classified records. The FBI has not commented, but in a seemingly related post just made on X, FBI Director Kash Patel wrote moments ago, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." We've reached out to National Security Advisor Bolton. He has not responded yet, Claire. We don't know a lot yet. This just happened. The source telling us it's about classified records, perhaps, a national security investigation. But we should note here, John Bolton, who did briefly work for Donald Trump as National Security Advisor in his first term, has turned into a fierce Trump critic. We just actually, just a few days ago, spoke about him here on this show because he thought that the president's summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin was going to be a disaster. In fact, even...
Okay, hold on. We need to listen to this whole thing. But where is it? There's one part that I want. I think it's in here. I think they switch between this discussion and a different one. Where is it? Because the more came out about the reason for raiding his office and home, it was supposedly, like at least what I heard, is that they were raiding his home in order to determine whether or not he had released classified information in his book. I want you to wrap your mind around that. So there is a book that John Bolton wrote, which you can purchase right now online, right? You could purchase it, let alone the federal government, right? Go on, you buy that book, and you could read it, right? Instead, the federal. You see where I'm going with this? Like, this is making any sense to you? Like, it is a publicly available book. But instead of just reading the book and determining whether or not they believe he released classified information, they're raiding his home and place of work instead. None of that makes sense, right?
Over the years, but this seems to be just blatant, bald-faced retribution, because Donald Trump doesn't like him and sees him as having, betrayed him, and so he gets arrested. It is chilling. It is disgraceful, and I doubt, frankly, how many months into the second Trump administration are we? I doubt this is the last time we're going to see this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen throughout the administration, John, the president, as he had said during the campaign, enacting forms of retribution against people who he felt had crossed him or betrayed him or had been critical of him, and none more so than people who had worked for him before that. We saw that with the
disloyal
administration
Bolton.
who had their...
Very nasty, disloyal Bolton. Get investigated, buddy. Okay. Let's keep going through these here. CNN from 15 hours ago. FBI conducts search at John Bolton's home.
We learned just moments ago, according to a source, that the FBI conducted a court-authorized search at the home of John Bolton as part of a national security investigation. John Bolton, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, former national security advisor under the first Trump administration, a frequent critic of late of President Trump, a frequent vocal critic of President Trump, and President Trump has been a frequent vocal critic of John Bolton. Lots of bad blood between these two men, but again, learning that there is a court-authorized FBI search at John Bolton's home this morning. Let's bring in CNN's Caitlin Polantz for the very latest on this. We saw pictures of officers around the home of John Bolton. What's known at this time?
Well, John, we are looking at these pictures of John Bolton's home in Maryland being searched by the FBI, or FBI officials going to his door to conduct a search. And we have confirmed that the FBI conducted that court-authorized search, meaning that they would have gone to a court as part of a very likely criminal probe. Our understanding is this part of a national security investigation. Exactly what that would be and what sort of reasoning the Justice Department and the FBI would give the court for conducting that national security search, still a huge question here. But this is a person that Donald Trump has been very much on the outs with since he wrote a book about his service in the first Trump administration when John Bolton was the national security.
Dare you write a book? Only I write books. I don't write pictures, I write books, but no one else gets to write them. It's very illegal.
Illegal?
No books for Bolton. All right, this was the live stream from outside of John Bolton's home while the FBI was conducting this raid earlier today. This is AP. But started the stream 15 hours ago.
That's just like this. Oh, you're pretty close. Yeah.
Looks like a very quaint home that John Bolton lives in here. Looks like it kind of looks like the house from Up. Am I wrong? If you just get some balloons, going here.
Okay, so between two of us.
Okay, let's keep this moving. One more CNN video. This one's from 12 hours ago.
FBI agents searching the home and office of former Ambassador John Bolton, President Trump's one-time national security advisor. It's all part of what the agency is calling a national security investigation. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Pamela Brown is off today, and you're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we begin this hour with the breaking news. FBI agents launching a court-authorized search at the home of John Bolton just after sunrise in Bethesda, Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. They are currently also searching his downtown office in Washington, D.C. A source tells CNN the searches are part of a national security investigation related to Bolton's book, released back in 2020, and whether John Bolton disclosed classified information outside of his book. Bolton served.
This is idiotic. Oh, did you release classified information in that book that we could read? Let's find out by raiding your home and office.
As the national security advisor.
What in the fuck?
In President Trump's first term, he has since become a vocal critic of the president. Just minutes ago, the president delivered his first public reaction to the search. Listen.
I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Happened? I never heard.
Yeah, they'll
also
probably today sometime.
What kind of human being wears a hat like this? Like this is fucking just incredible, like, megalomania, right? Like, this is beyond just your basic narcissism. Donald Trump is absolutely a fucking megalomaniac. Who wears a fucking hat like this? Trump was right about everything. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Really? It's wild. That is fucking wild. Also, who here actually believes that Donald Trump didn't know anything about the raiding of John Bolton's home, his former national security advisor? Kash Patel and Dan Bongino didn't let him know ahead of time? Get the fuck out. You shut the fuck up.
We're covering all the angles of this important development. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is outside the Bolton home in Bethesda, Maryland. Evan, what can you tell us about this search that's ongoing?
Well, Wolf, we still have FBI agents here at the scene. It's a residential neighborhood here in Bethesda, Maryland. You can still see those FBI vehicles still in front of the house. We saw them reposition just a little while ago, back up one of the vehicles up to the garage area. That perhaps might indicate that they're preparing to start bringing out any materials that they have found inside the home. We've seen about a dozen FBI agents here doing this search, and they've been here now at about the 4-hour mark of this search. So
This is so stupid. This is such a waste of time. Instead of, and like, think about the resources being expended here. 13 FBI agents, like, at his home, and who knows, it must be a completely different team over at his office, you would think. Like, I could be wrong, but how much were we spending on this investigation when all we need to do is read the book? Just buy the book. That's like, what, I don't know, $20? I don't know how much this book costs. But buy a couple copies of the book. You read them. Okay? You find out whether or not he illegally released classified information. It is ridiculous. Now, speaking about national security, here's a fascinating story that hasn't actually gotten a lot of attention, but the Navy, which is, of course, overseen by one Peter Hegseth, has lost another fighter jet during a training exercise. How many is this now? 4 or 5? What is that, like $500 million in fighter jets we've lost at this point?
The U.S. Navy says it lost another F-18 fighter jet. They're investigating a crash involving the jet yesterday that happened off the coast of Virginia. Officials say the pilot was rescued from the Atlantic Ocean after about 90 minutes, but crews are still searching for the wreckage. I want to bring in Charlie D'Agata, CBS News' senior national security correspondent. So, Charlie, it's good to see you. What is the Department of Defense saying about the crash?
Navy sources I just spoke to said the crash happened during what they called a routine training exercise, and that's going to raise some questions. It happened off the Virginia coast at Naval Air Station Oceana. As you said, the pilot was able to eject just before 10 a.m. Multiple search teams are deployed. They arrived there very quickly. He was yanked out 90 minutes later. The aircraft is still in the water where it's crashed. At this point, it's not clear what made the pilot choose to eject during what was described as a routine training flight. Investigation, as they say, is underway.
All right. So we mentioned the price tag. This is about $67 million. This is one of those Super Hornets that have gone missing just this year. I think there have been 3 so far. Charlie, what's going on?
Okay, so I was a little off. So it was 3, and it's $190 million. Actually, $200 million, right? 67. Yeah, it's over $200 million. So I was a little wrong, but still, just think about that. $200 million in just blown up planes, lost planes. What's happening? Is Pete drinking again? I thought he promised not to do that. What happened there? Thankfully, we're spending $1.2 trillion on the military, so I guess 67 million bucks is just a drop in the bucket. All right, let's go here now to 6 ABC Philadelphia from earlier today. Apparently, the Department of Justice has been requesting that the state of Pennsylvania furnish all of its voter registration data. And as of earlier today... Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I forgot. I got ahead of myself. Wait, before we do that, we got to go here. Shit. Okay, sorry. Take all that back. Forget everything I just said. Let's go to CBS News from yesterday. Really quick part of this. We're going to watch like 10 seconds of this next one. But apparently Tulsi Gabbard has announced a plan to cut staff at the Department of National Intelligence. God, I hate Major Garrett. I don't know what it is about him specifically. He's just as bad as any other neo-lib anchor, I feel like. But he just really bugs me.
Welcome back. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is cutting her office's staff by about 40%. The agency's headcount will still be around 1,300 after this downsizing. ODNI, that's what it's called here in D.C., had approximately 2,000 employees in February. CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd joins me now. Sam, always great to have you here.
I do not care. Okay, thank you. Don't need to listen to what these idiots have to say. Point is, and honestly, like, I don't know who the fuck that girl is, but, like, I listened to her talk earlier, and all she had to say, and by the way, Major Garrett didn't push back on any of this. She was like, actually, Trump's just Trump and Tulsi Gabbard, they're just trying to make America better. And Major Garrett's like, oh, great, okay. But yeah, 40% of staff is being cut at the Department of National Intelligence. Now let's go to Pennsylvania and talk about that other story real quick with the Department of Justice's request for the Commonwealth's voter registration data.
New on Action News, Pennsylvania is refusing the Trump administration's request for its statewide voter registration list, which contains personal information like Social Security and driver's license numbers. The U.S. Department of Justice targeted several states, saying it is trying to enforce election law. Secretary of the Commonwealth Al Schmidt wrote a letter in response yesterday rejecting the request that he calls a concerning attempt to expand the federal government's role in our country's electoral process.
Illegal.
Yeah, and that's an illegal intervention. Of course, the federal government's not supposed to be at all involved in elections. States are the ones who do the elections. Yes, that's right. Her last name was Vinaigrette. You did not mishear that, chat. I also was thrown off by that name as well. Okay, Sarah, salad dressing. Is it raspberry vinaigrette or like a thyme herb vinaigrette? What are we talking about here? All right, let's go down south to the border with Mexico, where earlier this week, Secretary Kristi Noem went down with a bunch of contractors, I guess, and also probably not contractors. I think they're all probably Border Patrol peeps. And they decided to go and paint the border wall. That's right. Paint it. Why? It's not clear. It's not entirely clear. But Christie's got to do something. She's run out of outfits to wear.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
What did he just give her? What did he just give her? Hold on. Let me go back. What did he just hand to her? I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Is that a tip? He's tipping Christy? What is happening? What just fucking happened? Did you just give her drugs?
Illegal.
That seems sketchy as shit.
Secretary, I see you again.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, and I appreciate you all being here. I know that it's warm, but we're covering a very important event. As of tomorrow, President Trump will have been in the White House and in charge of this country for 7 months. And in this first 7 months, he has accomplished some unprecedented things for the security and the safety of all American citizens. As you know, when he campaigned to get elected as President of the United States, he promised the American people that he would secure our border, that he would ensure that the invasion of the illegal criminals that were coming into our country under the Biden administration would be stopped, and that he would do all that he could to restore the safety to our American communities. And he has done exactly that. In fact, today we have the most secure U.S. border that we've ever had in the history of this
So
nation.
secure.
It's incredible the work that he has done along with the good folks out of CBP and ICE and law enforcement, federal agencies in partnership with states like Texas right here, and also with our local law enforcement that have stepped up and deployed individuals and resources to help us secure this border. Today, we're going to be talking about the incredible work that these individuals have done in making sure that we're continuing to construct infrastructure. And when you look at what is behind us as far as the wall that is being built, you see obviously the structure, but also there will be more added to it as far as technology, cameras, sensors that will ensure that it will be secure far into the future, and that will be efficient as well with our resources and our individuals and our agents that are out here on duty day and night, making sure that America is safe. Remember that a nation without borders is no nation at all, and we're so thankful that we have
a nation without borders is no nation at all. Yes. Fascinating. Thank you, Christy. No, wait, hold on. Now, Christy herself rolled up her sleeves and helped to paint this fence. Now, it is a very strange situation. Now, so they're painting it black. And according to them, the point of this is to make... It's going to make the poles hotter or something. It's very strange. Hold on. Maybe I should just let her. Maybe I should let her tell you. I'm not an expert. I'm not a paint expert.
President that understands that and understands that a secure border is important to our country's future. Now, if you look at the structure that's behind me, it's tall, which makes it very, very difficult to climb, almost impossible.
God damn it, Christy. God damn it, you were too easy to parody. If you look behind me, you'll see that it's very tall. Okay. And almost impossible to climb because of its height. Really? Really, height is determinative of ability to climb. Fascinating. Oh, God. Oh, God. Maybe she should meet Alex Honnold. If you're not familiar with who Alex Honnold is, he's one of the most famous mountain climbers on the planet, who, without any harnesses or gear, climbed the face of Yosemite, as well as a bunch of other massive and incredibly difficult to climb mountains, even with harnesses and gear. So I'm fairly certain this wall isn't unclimbable just for being tall. I've never heard of anybody claim, aside from like children, like, oh, it's too tall. Like, I mean, you can climb things that are tall, as it turns out. But wait, they've got more plans.
It also goes deep into the ground, which would make it very difficult, if not impossible, to dig under. And today, we are also going to be painting it black.
Everything is impossible.
That is specifically at the request of the president.
It goes down super far, almost impossible. At least you recognize that it's only almost impossible, whereas climbing is impossible. You can't climb it, too tall. But I'll recognize that maybe you could dig deep enough to get under it. They're very, very generous, Christy.
Who understands that in the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to climb. So we are going to be painting the entire southern border wall black to make sure that we encourage individuals to not come into our country illegally, to not break our federal laws, but that they will abide and come to our country the right way so that they can stay and have the opportunity to become United States citizens and pursue the American dream. Now, we got an incredible...
We're going to do everything to keep people out of our country so that they can come to our country and enjoy America. That makes sense. Ladders. Don't bring up ladders, Bob. That's incredibly inconvenient. But yeah, there we go. Height, depth, and paint. Those are going to prevent people from getting over that border wall. according to Christy Nelm. I don't know why I got this reaction went across my stream, my feed, and I figured we'd just watch this real quick.
When something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make
Look
it
at Christy painting.
They're doing evil arts and crafts now. Perfect.
Look at Christy's painting. Look at her form. Great painting form. She's a professional.
It gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder.
Great. They're doing evil arts and crafts now. Perfect.
I just love that take. Incredibly short, to the point. That's right. Evil arts and crafts. Now, of course, it would seem that, yeah, Christy might not know about
All right, last question.
Oh, wait, please hold, ma'am. Please shut up. There we go. Now, Christy maybe she just is not familiar with ladders or gloves or other things of that nature. But making the metal hotter, I mean, the metal's already quite hot. But, you know, gloves, even cheaper than ladders, as it turns out. You can get yourself a pair of gloves for a couple bucks or something like that. And those will probably protect your hands from the heat. I just going to point that out. Also, I'm fairly certain that the paint will make the metal stickier, so it'll be easier to climb than before. Just think about that. Metal is pretty slippery. You put paint, some sort of paint on, I don't know what kind of paint they're using. But, you know, technically, especially if you heat up paint, it's going to get stickier. All right, we got a bunch more to talk about with immigration. But we'll be right back after these brief space messages. That's right, space fans, we got to take a quick break. Also want to remind everybody that we still have a goal going in the chat. I think we've got like an hour and a half left on the goal right now, but I'm going to add an extra hour to it at the end. So we got still got a couple of hours left. But you can contribute to that goal, as well as the galactic deficit, which, of course, for September, we are going to need some help to get through it. We are 125 of 375 completed on that. So if you got a couple of bucks on Cash App or PayPal, do consider contributing over there. And we'll count it to both goals. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you enjoyed this show. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day, or $3 a month, will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy, including an avatar, shout-out, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, Space Mams. I do believe you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately, if not sooner. So get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the latest from the Galactic News Network. The second half is about to begin. Okay, what am I hearing right now? Oh, right, my phone. Because I was listening to the stream on my break. That's right. Even when I'm not here, I'm here. Okay. Let's see. Right. Okay, so we ended the first half talking about Kristi Noem down on the border, painting the border fence, which is now, according to her, almost impossible to climb or tunnel under. It's fascinating how she came to that conclusion. I'm not entirely sure what is up with that. But some people are embracing new immigrants, like the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, who in a press briefing earlier this week responded to comments from Attorney General Pam Bondi.
All right, last question. So the question was, you see people all dressed up, big smiles coming out of the federal building after they have taken the oath or even just filed the paperwork to become naturalized United States citizens. Why should people still do that? Why should people go through that process? Is that the right question? So the City of Boston, through our Office of Immigrant Advancement, runs a Citizenship Day in partnership with many community organizations every single year. And we were worried, we weren't sure what would happen this last year, Citizenship Day, with all of the fear and all of the threats out in the community. Would community members show up? Would people still want to become U.S. citizens? Would people still show up and try to get help filling out those forms and get in that pipeline? Not only did we have a full house of community members signing up and getting in the pipeline to become citizens, for the first time we were way oversubscribed for volunteer attorneys from our community stepping up to help and make sure that everyone could have that opportunity. But there are many here who could speak. I watched my parents become naturalized citizens some 20 plus years after they had already been in this country. And the deep meaning, the love for this country that comes from that level of sacrifice, that you're willing to give up everything to come here, to start over, to learn a new language, to leave behind everything that you know because you believe and have faith in this country so much that you want your family tree to start growing here. There is nothing greater than that. But there are many organizations here who help with the citizenship and naturalization process. Does anyone, maybe I'll take one or two community organizations. Claire, do you want to say anything, or anyone else? Come on up, one or two people who either have become naturalized citizens or who are working to help others do so. Sure. What would you like to say about this?
Okay. Wait, I could have sworn that she made one more comment, didn't she? I'm losing my mind. Oh, there we go. Right here. This is the very end of it.
Mayor Ballantyne just whispered to me that she became a naturalized U.S. citizen right in this very building as well, and I know so many of our elected officials are coming with that same love for this country. All right, thank you everyone for being here.
Okay, that was the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, supporting newly naturalized citizens and continuing to encourage naturalized immigrants to become naturalized citizens, even in this difficult time. Even with Attorney General Pam Bondi, who I believe earlier this week was criticizing Boston's, I believe it's a sanctuary city, status, among other things. All right, let's go here. Now, this is a story that honestly, like, it's gotten a ton of attention, and I know the reason why it's gotten a lot of attention. It's honestly frustrating to me that, like, the people are so easily, like, what is the word? So easily convinced or prepared to, so prepared to, like, embrace toxic and xenophobic messages, right? Like, and that is exactly what happened earlier this week surrounding a traffic accident on a turnpike in, I believe it was, I think it was in Florida. I could be wrong on what the state it was in, but no matter, the man who was driving was a truck driver. He was driving a 16-wheeler semi-truck. It took an illegal U-turn, and cars that were speeding behind him. When I say speeding, I don't mean like they were. I have no idea what speed they were actually traveling at, but on a turnpike, we're talking about at least 55, 65 miles an hour, if not faster. And so they did not slow down in time. They slammed right into the truck, and all three passengers of that vehicle died. And right-wingers took this opportunity to lose their ever-loving minds over it and use it as some sort of, like, some supreme justification for all of their hatred of undocumented immigrants in this country. Now, that truck driver was extradited to Florida earlier, I think it was earlier today, or yesterday, I guess. Yeah, it must have been yesterday. Here's CBS Miami from 23 hours ago.
Also breaking tonight, the truck driver accused of killing 3 people in a crash on the turnpike has landed here in Florida after being extradited from California.
Video from Fox News shows the undocumented immigrant arriving in Tallahassee earlier tonight. Florida's lieutenant governor personally traveled to California to escort the 28-year-old back to our state to face charges.
CBS News' Miami's Anna McAllister is at the Florida Highway Patrol in Sweetwater with the latest for us.
All 3 of the victims who were killed in this accident are from right here in South Florida. And this crash continues to gain controversy as our governor and California's governor continue to clash over immigration. 28-year-old Harjinder Singh, an undocumented immigrant, touches down in Florida Thursday night. Governor Ron DeSantis not mincing words on Fox News.
I think to hold California accountable, what you're really going to need is Congress to defund sanctuary states.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Like, Ron DeSantis coming out and calling to get rid of sanctuary states because 3 people died is fucking insane. I would like to point this out to you. Here this is. In 2023, the United States recorded 40,901 motor vehicle fatalities. Now, this isn't the latest data. In 2024, it came down slightly. I think last year, in 2024, the deaths, I think were down like 1,000. I think it was 39,900 or something like that. So it was down like 1 or 2, like 2% or something like that, I think. Year over year. So the traffic deaths have been decreasing every year, but 40,901 people died from motor vehicle fatalities in 2023. Okay, like let's just go based upon that, right? And you know, how many deaths? How many? These were 3, right? 3. So, what was it again? 40. 0.007%. It's not even a single percent. It's not even a full tenth of a percent. Excuse me. This is one. Look, I mean, this is insane. Yeah, 0.007%. I just multiplied by 100 just to be sure. But yeah, that's 0.007%. It's not even a 100th of a percent. 0.007 of 1% of all traffic fatalities from last year. And if we just extrapolate that over to this year, and let's suggest that considering last year there was a slight turn down, that perhaps there will be a slight turn down as well this year, although I can't say for sure. But let's say like another 1% goes down again this year, talking about 39,500. I mean, you're still talking about less than, it is literally 1/100th of 1%. Is what is being represented in this moment. And it is tragic that these 3 people died. But to blame it all on sanctuary cities and immigrants is just fucking racist. That's all this shit is. It's just racism. You know, dolled up as concern over the deaths of 3 people. Instead, they're just using those 3 people as a fucking pawn in a political game. It's disgusting. Okay. Let's go here. This is an incredibly fucking sad story. Oh, God. That last story is sad. This story is sad. Like not all the stories are sad today. There's too many. Every single day there's too many sad stories. And these guys, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, all of these Republicans are just trying to ramp up the sadness. All of the cruelty. Let's go here. I cannot remember what state this man lived in. But father of 3, a man originally from Kenya who lives in the United States, is now leaving his family, self-deporting himself. Literally, and you'll see that this man is doing this for fear of, I mean, one of the most, like, basic human desires is, like, in terms of, like, family. Like, he is doing this to protect his family and to at least be able. Here, I'll let him tell you. I'm not going to keep going on about this.
It was a painful goodbye between Michigan man Samuel Kangete and his 3 children Sunday. Leaving his family behind in the United States, he took a one-way trip back to Kenya, a country he hasn't called home in well over a decade. Kangete is among tens of thousands who have now self-deported from the US. It comes in the wake of increasingly volatile immigration and customs enforcement, or ICE raids, throughout the country, which have resulted in thousands of arrests since President Donald Trump's orders to crack down on undocumented migrants. 39-year-old Kangete first came to Michigan in 2009 on a student visa. Since then, he has earned 5 academic degrees, bought a house, got married, and is now the father of 3 children, ages 13, 11, and 5. And up until May 2025, he worked as an accountant for the Michigan Department of Transportation. His immigration case stems from a first marriage that granted him conditional U.S. residency. In 2014, immigration officials accused that first marriage of being fraudulent, which a judge has yet to rule on. But Kangete believes it leaves him vulnerable to deportation.
You know, you open, you know, we go news, social media, whatever, you see all these news of people like just getting rounded up and being taken to, like, you know, El Salvador, or just being even detained and all that kind of stuff. Where I'm self-deporting myself to Kenya, it's for safety purposes, because I want to be safe. I want to be in a place, like, even if I know I'm not here physically with them, I'm in a place that they know where I am, how to get a hold of me.
Daddy, I miss you so much.
Kangete's wife, Latavia, says raising their children alone will be hard on her financially, but the toughest part may be the emotional toll.
I think we're going to have to do lots of family therapy. You know, a lot of kids are resilient, but I don't think that they cope overnight. Nobody copes with things like this.
This is surreal, dude. This is like, I don't know.
Now back in Kenya, Kangete is surrounded by family, his sister and brother-in-law, who he grew up with before he moved to the United States. But he says he still hopes and prays for a way to legally return to the US someday to reunite with his wife and children.
If I was to talk to President Trump personally, I would tell President Trump, like, hey, I seriously, even if I have to plead with you, like, please hear the cries of these kids. Please have mercy on people like me.
Oh, God.
Alligator Alcatraz is to be shuttered. That's the decision of a federal...
Ma'am, you're killing me right now.
Alligator Alcatraz is to be shuttered. That's the decision of a federal judge in Florida. A coalition...
God damn it. My computer and I are really not friends right now. You know, I want to be friends with my computer, but it's always... it's always not listening to me. It's very frustrating. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, right. That's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just a fucked up story. I think you probably feel similarly to how I do. But why is this guy, I mean, like why is this guy leaving? Because Donald Trump has been picking up people who are perfectly upstanding citizens in society, who have families, who have jobs, who are not criminals, putting them in internment camps, putting them taking them to El Salvador where they have no rights, and you know, he's made the difficult but I think fair decision of self-deporting, since he has not been able to get citizenship or proper documentation to stay in the country, and has gone to Kenya and has separated his entire his family. And you can see that his family is visibly distraught over his wife and his daughter are both crying. And I mean, I'm like on the brink of tears over here. I mean, Jesus Christ, why is it? Why? It's just so wrong. And they're supposed to be pro-family. Remember that, the pro-family party? Oh, pro-family. Yeah. We gotta do everything we can for the family. Bullshit is what it is. Thankfully, there is one good piece of news. You may have already heard it because this clip played before I could stop it. But a U.S. judge has ordered the dismantling of Donald Trump's alligator Alcatraz. And actually, Donald Trump is... I don't think Donald Trump is actually the one who came up with this idea. It was the mayor of, or was the mayor of Miami? Can't remember who it was. Can't remember his name. It's a very forgettable guy. Let's go here. France 24 English 15 hours ago. Whoopsies. Why did I click that?
Alligator Alcatraz is to be shuttered. That's the decision of a federal judge in Florida. A coalition of environmental groups and a Native American tribe sued, arguing that the Trump administration bypassed necessary environmental reviews and risked irreparable harm to the Everglades ecosystem. On issuing her 82-page ruling, Judge Kathleen Williams agreed the controversial immigrant detention center violated environmental laws, noting that a plan to develop the same site into a massive tourist airport in the 1960s was rejected on the same grounds. She wrote, "This order does nothing more than uphold the basic requirements of legislation designed to fulfill those promises." The decision is a blow to President Donald Trump and his detention and deportation agenda. Trump toured the facility last month, touting it as a model for future lockups nationwide. But critics and relatives of those detained have denounced the facility's harsh conditions and lack of due process.
He has told me that the conditions inside are deplorable. The food is terrible. They keep the lights on all the time to keep them awake.
Now, Alligator Alcatraz will no longer be allowed to accept new detainees as it winds down its operations within the next 60 days. The site, home to as many as 1,400 people at one point, will have to transfer them to other facilities.
This could be big, but unfortunately, I can almost guarantee you, with high, I think a high level of certainty, that this is going to be challenged. The woman who, the judge, Judge Kathleen Mary Williams, who made this ruling, is a district. She's a district judge, right? So she's at the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida, right? Which is where the Everglades are. And Donald Trump will absolutely kick this up to the Court of Appeals. And when they lose that, they'll kick it up to the Supreme Court. So we're going to have to hold our breaths on this one, I think, for a little while. Not going to get immediate action on that. I can almost guarantee you they are not going to preemptively dismantle Alligator Alcatraz until this goes to the Supreme Court. And even then, even if the Supreme Court rules against them, I'm not even entirely sure that they would do it. But just saying, that's sort of the bar that I think we're working with here. All right, let's go here now. Talk about a Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who may, in fact, have already been released from jail on Friday. I have not managed to get an update on this story yet, but this was News Channel 5 17 hours ago.
Well, this morning, an update in the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. A federal judge is expected to order Abrego Garcia's release today as he awaits trial for human smuggling charges here in Tennessee. Our Eric Pointer joins us now live from the federal courthouse where Abrego Garcia's criminal trial will take place. Eric, we know there's been a whole lot of back and forth in this case, so where do things stand this morning?
So both sides appear to be in agreement that it's okay for him to be released to go to Maryland, where he lives under supervision. Now, a U.S. magistrate judge is expecting to order the release of Abrego Garcia from a Tennessee jail as early as today. He'll be released while he awaits trial on 2 federal human smuggling charges. He pleaded not guilty to the charges that came out of a THP traffic stop on I-40 in Putnam County back in 2022. Prosecutors want
Okay, there we go. Now, he may already have been released, like I said, and so I'll try and give you an update on that later this weekend. But it's, another piece of slightly good news, tentatively good news. At least, I mean, they're not gonna be holding him. It sounds like both sides have agreed that he's not a imminent danger to the community. And should be released to be with his family back in Maryland, where he is from. Now, let's move on to talking about the districting fight that has been going on here. As we know, in Texas, they have already approved a new map without asking voters whether or not they wanted it. Gerrymandering 5 new potentially Republican seats for the 2026 election. Now, of course, those elections would have to happen. Technically, it's all theoretical. And all of those Republicans could, in fact, decide to vote Democrat or not vote at all. But I assume they've done the math, and their plan is to pick up 5 more seats. California turned around and said, fuck yourself. And we're going to do the same thing, the exact same thing. California Senate passing earlier this, I think this was yesterday, or 2 days, actually 2 days ago, technically now, I think, a new map, which would add 5 new Democratic seats, big D Democrat seats in California. But this is going to actually ask the voters if they want it first. That's right. The whole state will be allowed to vote in a referendum.
Meanwhile, the Texas State House is voting.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm talking. What was I saying? In a referendum, voters will be able to vote on whether or not this map should be approved in a much more what we would call democratic way, small d democratic. Now, let's go here to CBS News from yesterday, where Governor Newsom had just gotten done signing this bill into law. Oh, shit, and I just clicked ahead instead of clicking play. Good job, me. Good job.
Come on! Come on!
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, I fixed it.
Meanwhile, the Texas State House is voting right now on the controversial new congressional maps. Those maps could give the Republican Party up to 5 more seats in Congress, something the White House has pressured the Lone Star State Republicans to get done. Let's bring back CBS News reporter Erica Brown live for us outside the White House. Now, in the last hour, Erica, Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill sending California's new maps to the state ballot this November. So what happens between now and then?
Well, for now, California can't do anything else. The state legislature has responded to the Texas move by House Republicans to redraw maps that will be favorable to them, acquiring about 5 more seats in Congress. So the California state Democrats did what they could to offset those potential gains with this bill that could give California Democrats up to 5 more seats to Congress here in Washington, D.C. So at this point, with the governor's signature, it then will head to the ballot for California voters to approve. But Governor Gavin said that Governor Gavin Newsom said that they are here because the president is unpopular, and he is aware that he could lose the midterm election in terms of Republican control of the House, which will be critical to his agenda in the second half of his second term. Now, we do know that the president has pushed Republican-controlled states to consider redistricting plans that could give Republicans more seats in the House. And we also know that this hasn't...
Wow, look at that map. So this district got extended all the way through Northern California, taking almost all of it. And this is apportioned from this, I believe, which is Sacramento, I think, right? Wait. Wait. Oh, God, my brain's broken. Oh, yeah. Wow, this is some fancy gerrymandering here. Now, of course, I would prefer there was no gerrymandering in this country at all. But since states decide how we do elections, at least in terms of, these sort of congressional maps, this is what the system we have right now. I mean, I do feel like we should legislate away gerrymandering, honestly, and just make real maps that make sense. But that's probably not going to happen. And so for now, this is where we're at. Now we're in a gerrymandering fight, which is pretty ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But it's, all is fair in love and war and also politics. And, technically, Republicans are the ones who fired the first shot. But California Republicans who are slated to lose their seats, oh boy, they are upset. Yes, they are. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Actually, I think this was technically Thursday. Lori Davies, California Assembly member. What did she have to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just have a simple question for you.
Okay.
In your hearts, do you honestly believe this ACA 8 is the right thing to do?
In
For
your
a second,
hearts.
let's ignore
Look in your
the
hearts,
partisan noise.
Democrats.
I think we could.
I love this vibe from Republicans. Yeah, and yes, this woman, Lori Davies, is in fact GOP member. Look in your hearts, Democrats. This is wrong.
For a second, let's ignore the partisan noise. I think we could all agree gerrymandering anywhere is wrong. It's not hard or controversial to say that. Imagine what we could fund with $235 million. We could use. Pardon?
Decorum in the chamber, please. Let's respect the speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it
We
just
could use
her
this
hands
money
are
to help with the state's
trembling?
insurance crisis.
Do you see her? She is
or pay raises.
furious. I think she is trying her very best not to scream right now. But watch the paper in her hands. It is shaking violently, and I assume it's not nerves because she's a congressperson. You would think. I think she's probably fairly capable of public speaking. I'm not very familiar with her at all, but just watch her hands. She is shaking right now.
First responders. Members, let me remind you that our independent redistricting commission held 196 public meetings, had 3,800 public comments, and received 32,000 written submissions. Compared that to the process where Californians had 4 days to view the public maps and submit comments through a portal. And had one assembly hearing to voice their support and opposition that wasn't even put into record.
Oh, it's so unfair. So unfair. By the way, I listened to this whole thing. At no point does she criticize Texas for doing what they're doing. She's just like, look, guys, look, we all know gerrymandering is wrong, and we must not allow this to happen. How am I going to afford more gold necklaces? If I lose my seat, I'll have to find a real job at Wendy's or something. All right, let's go here. GOP Assemblywoman Alexandra Marcado, something I can't know. I don't know. I can't read this from here. She was also very upset. Let's go. Let's see what she had to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how many of you watched the Elections Committee this week, so I want to walk you through.
Like, instead of the leopard, because like it's not quite the one-to-one. It's not quite a leopards eating faces party situation. But I think this is a leopards eating faces party situation that where the leopard party has decided to turn away from faces for a second, attempt a fight with hippos. And now they're regretting that hippo fight, or at least, some of the leopards went after hippos, while the other leopards were just eating faces. And those leopards that were eating faces look over and they're like, "Oh my God, we're about to get charged by a bunch of hippos right now. We weren't involved in this. Why are we getting charged by hippos? This isn't fair. What is happening right now?"
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how many of you watched the Elections Committee this week, so I want to walk you through a few very key things that happened. First, there was an attorney there to be a technical witness. I asked him, "Who are you here on behalf of?" He informed me that was protected by attorney-client privilege. I asked him, "Who is paying you to be here?" Once again, he wouldn't answer that question.
Oh, not gonna do it.
So then I
Not
asked,
gonna do it. Wouldn't
"Are
be
you
prudent
being
at this
paid
juncture.
to be here?"
Once
Same
again,
question.
he didn't answer that question.
Okay, sweet.
So then, as my colleagues have stated, I asked the most fundamental and simplest of questions.
Yes.
Who drew the maps? So let me share the answers I was shared with.
Okay.
First, it was assembly.
Okay.
Here we are. Put your hands in the air if you drew the maps. Didn't see one go in the air. So then I was told it was the legislature. Once again, here we are. I'm part of the legislature.
Yes.
I didn't draw these maps. So then I was mocked for not being a part of leadership.
How rude.
That leadership and the leadership team drew these maps. The leadership team's here. Anybody want to own up to it?
So sad.
Our majority leader admitted she did not directly draw these maps, and she is leadership. Is this the type of transparency you're promising voters? That I was mocked for asking that question? You're not mocking me. You're mocking voters by not answering that question.
Oh, not the voters.
Help, help, I'm being repressed.
These maps, in the language it says the Assembly Elections Committee wrote it. That is 7 people. 7. Me and my colleague can say we did not participate in the drawing of these maps. So I am asking that this is factually incorrect in the bill, and I am asking the author to remove the words the Assembly Elections Committee and include the Democrat colleagues on that committee that are willing to put their names on paper that they drew these maps, because I will not be included.
This is Congresswoman Alexandra Macedo, or however you say her name. This is her. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the sound shot? My brain just broke. Yes.
Precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please. I did not draw these maps. How dare you loop me in on this? I am highly offended that you would do such a thing. The audacity. The utter gall. How could you? It's just so funny. Oh, what a rough time being a Republican congressperson in California right now. That is difficult. That is rough. Or Assemblywoman, excuse me. Let's go here, see what the Democrats had. Well, at least one of the Democrats had to say. Here's Forbes breaking news once again from 23 hours ago. California Democrat warns democracy in the U.S. is on life support.
Assemblymember Bryan. Assemblymember Gibson, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was a mic drop. I wasn't going to say anything, but 2 of my colleagues just said something about being silent that caused me to reflect on what I said on this floor over the 11 years that I've been on this floor. And let me just say and just repeat what I said since I've been on this green carpet from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Life begins the moment you start being silent about the things that matter. In the end, you will not remember the words of your enemies, but the silence of your friends. So being on this floor today, I cannot sit by and be silent on the things that matter. This is a defining moment in history in California. So I know we referenced our governor multiple times on this floor, but I am proud of Gavin Newsom, who had the courage to stand up and be bold when a lot of governors refuse to stand up and be bold. To stand up and let California, to stand up and be bold and be courageous in this moment. Saving democracy. Understand this, that our democracy in the United States is on life support right now. And it takes courage courage to stand up and be counted. We are in a defining moment in America, and I am so proud to be a member of the California State Legislature right now, that no other state is standing up and being counted. When this president, I am embarrassed to even call him president. Picking on the most vulnerable people among us, sending in ICE agents to snatch our students wearing masks. That's what happened in third world countries. How can we not stand up and do what we're doing? It's about a third term doing something that no other president dared to do. It's about taking back, it's about changing the Constitution of the United States of America. And make no mistake about it, they didn't hide what they were trying to do right now. It's about Project 2025. And it's been said time and time again, if California do not do this, we are just handing over the Constitution of the United States of America. And it started with the United States Supreme Court.
Yes, indeed. And the fact is this is just a necessary response from Democrats, you know, unfortunately, since Republicans are trying to rig the 2026 elections. Democrats have no other choice but to respond in kind. But let's go back to the Republicans. They're still very upset. Here's Republican lawmaker. What's her name? I don't know. I can't. I forget what this woman's name is. She's also very upset.
Nice.
Colleagues, as we listen to the debates today on the floor, do you understand now why people feel the system is rigged against them? These discussions are not just about maps. They're about our values. It's about whether this legislature is listening to the people of California or only to itself. On April 23rd, 2025, Speaker Robert Rivas said something that hit home for so many of us. California's cost of living is the single biggest threat to our future. Middle-class families earning $125,000 a year are struggling to afford rent, childcare, groceries, and that is not sustainable. He was right. I see it in my community every single day. Heck, I've lived it.
What's the solution to all of this?
Families working 2 to 3 jobs, parents leaving the house before the sun comes up, and coming home late at night, still wondering if they're able to make enough for rent, to keep the lights on, or to put food on the table. And yet here we are asking for $250 million from those same families and spending it on redistricting, on carving up maps to protect politicians. Let's be real. This $250 million is not going to put a bag of groceries on the table. It doesn't help a mom pay for childcare. It doesn't keep a roof over a family's head. What it does do is make life harder for the very people who are already struggling the most.
I'm sorry. Wait. This makes life harder for everyone in California that's already struggling. Just redistrict them, having them vote perhaps in a different district. That makes their life much, much harder. Oh my gosh. Wow. By the way, the population of California is like 40 million people. So it's like $6 per person is what this is costing. Divided over an entire year, that's like, what is that? 2 cents a day? It's less than 2 cents a day. That's even cheaper than a goddamn Galactic Patreon membership. That's 10 cents a day. By that metric, sounds like incredibly cheap. All right, let's go back, see what the Democrats had to say again. This is another California Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise in strong support
of ACA 8. And like at least 2/3 of you in this room, I read the constitutional amendment, which makes it very clear that we are not approving any maps in this body. We are giving the voters the decision, something that isn't happening in Texas. And even doing that was something we had to debate fiercely. California's responsibility to Californians and Californians' responsibility to this country. We didn't want to be in this situation. The authoritarian in the White House put us in this situation when he used House Republicans in Texas to disenfranchise vulnerable people. After those maps in Texas are approved, a Latino voice in Texas is worth 1/3 of the representation as a white voice. A black voter in Texas is worth 1/5 of the representation of a white voter in Texas. I didn't say 3/5. There was no compromise. I said 1/5. That is the kind of gerrymandering, that is the kind of theft that they are perpetuating.
Illegal.
And we can't just sit by and let it happen. We won't just sit by and let it happen. But that doesn't mean we lose ourselves. That's why when I was chair of the Elections Committee, I authored an update to the Fair Maps Act that prevented incumbency from being a consideration in map drawing, and every single Republican on this floor voted against it. That's why I authored legislation calling for independent redistricting commissions on school boards and counties and special districts all throughout the state, and every Republican in this House voted against it. How convenient to switch your tone when you are now on the line. When we are stepping up and speaking the way Californians deserve for us to stand up and fight, because we are tired of being the punching bag of this country. When we freely give, when North Carolina is on fire, we show up. When a hurricane hits Florida, we show up. When Texas is flooding, we show up. We don't wait for Canada and Mexico to show up first, like Texas did supporting Los Angeles this year. We come immediately. When we pay $80 billion more in federal taxes than we get back, we don't complain. We know our role is to support others. And when the biggest disaster to ever hit our state hits and we ask for a portion of our own dollars back and you withhold it, we have to change our tone. We have to step up, because your silence is deafening. When they took health care and food and veterans assistance, and they made it harder for students to go to college, and they put trillions of dollars in national debt, and you said nothing. That forced us to step into the void. When they held our #1 public university hostage for $1 billion of California tax dollars, and you have said nothing, we had to step into that void. You talk about fighting fire with fire and how we shouldn't do that, while simultaneously a member of your own caucus just yesterday asked the Department of Justice and Pam Biondi to investigate us criminally. I took that personally. You didn't say anything. We are not just going to sit by and let our democracy crumble. Here in California, we're standing on business.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
There we go. They are not standing down in California. Democratic Assembly people fighting back against Texas's intent on rigging the 2026 elections by continuing to disenfranchise voters in Texas. Like he said, a white vote is worth 10 times as much as a black vote, 5 times as much as a Hispanic vote. I mean, it's disgusting. Now, of course, like has been mentioned already, the maps still have to be approved by the voters. Unlike in Texas, where they didn't do democracy, they just did, top-down, overreach. And decided for the voters. They decided which voters they wanted. They are asking the voters whether or not they are on board with this. So California will get to decide. It's probably going to pass. You would think, but it's not guaranteed. Last video on this redistricting until we move on to a different subject. We're doing on time. We're doing okay.
Well, the race to redraw congressional maps escalates this morning. The full Texas Senate is set to vote on a Republican-backed redistricting plan as soon as today. The maps passed a committee vote yesterday. With a Republican majority, the Senate is likely to send the plan to Governor Greg Abbott's desk quickly, potentially turning 5 Democratic seats red ahead of next year's midterms. And over in California, Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law his own maps that he hopes would nullify that.
We're responding what occurred in Texas. We're neutralizing what occurred, and we're giving the American people a fair chance. Because when all things are equal, and we're all playing by the same set of rules, there's no question that the Republican Party will be the minority party.
Okay. Now, apparently, Trump earlier today suggested that Missouri should now gerrymander its districts. And it seems like what's fascinating about this is that it seems to be incredibly unconstitutional at this point. And especially if, I mean, well, the fact is we're already there, right? I mean, not that it was dictated, but it was eventually, I mean, in essence, Donald Trump and the federal government just meddled in state elections, just told the state what to do with their elections, which they're not supposed to be able to do. And is now doing it in other states, which creates a pattern. And like, I'm starting to think that we're going to see this across the whole country. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk about Republicans a little bit here. Specifically, one Republican by the name of Elise Stefanik, who returned to her district recently. She had been after losing her job with Donald Trump before she ever really got it, that being the U.S. ambassador to the UN. Elise Stefanik went back home and hid in, I assume, a closet or a basement or something for many months, but has now come up for air. Let's see. Let's talk about how she's being received by the voters.
I don't feel sorry for her, but I do think that Elise Stefanik's sort of journey over the past year has been like literally like a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I was going to say Greek tragedy, but I mean, that works too.
It is
from her perspective.
From her perspective, it's been, she thought she was going to go, she was already literally picking out the drapes in her apartment, her paid for apartment.
For it to be UN ambassador, which people were publishing photos of. It's like a gorgeous penthouse right on the river. I mean,
that would have been
the East River.
Sweet. Flying around in a helicopter, probably.
I mean, she must have like done a wardrobe kind of shopping spree montage almost through New York City about all the cool blazers and stuff she would get to wear at the UN.
And then her nomination was pulled because Republicans had too shy of a majority in the House.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what was it? Then she just sat around, thought she was going to get a different appointment in the administration, and they're like, we can't afford it.
And she would have to pretend she was happy to go back to her district where it seems like she doesn't spend a ton of time there, and she hadn't been holding town halls for a long time.
And, I mean, what it also shows is how tenuous the Republican majority is, and how nervous they are about it. And so she decides to run for governor and edges out poor Mike Lawler. This is like the Republican congresspeople in New York State are like, they can't fit through the exit door that they're all trying to run through. That's the problem.
Right. And I wouldn't say that she beat out Lawler for this. I mean, in the 2026, it's going to be either Hochul or Delgado who becomes governor again. Like, it's not a very good environment for a Republican candidate in 2026 midterms. So Lawler opted out of being the sacrificial lamb, and then Trump's been putting her, promoting her to run for governor, another kind of just like albatross around her neck.
But honestly, Mike Lawler, I think Mike Lawler should just leave the house, and go to his real passion. He should be a Michael Jackson impersonator. I think that's a better fit for him.
Where is this at the?
This is in Plattsburgh, New York. It's just some event. It's not a town hall or
It's
but in her district, right?
Yes, up by Canada.
And I think you get a sense of why she's running for governor after this when she speaks at this Plattsburgh event, because I think she doesn't feel like she's terribly welcome back in her district anymore.
Introduce to you our Congresswoman from New York 21, Elise Stefanik.
Oh my God. Things are falling. She's dropping papers.
Thank you, Mark, for that kind introduction.
Oh my God. This is super awkward. Look at all this is super awkward. Yeah, like 40 people lined up behind you, all watching you get booed. Like in a way, I feel like that's even worse. Like you just force all these people to take time out of their days to come here and support you while you get booed by your constituents. That's tough. That's rough.
Thank you, Mark, for that kind introduction. It is truly humbling to be here.
Oh, I'd say it's pretty humbling.
It's the first time I've heard that used honestly.
Incredibly so.
Right.
I'm going to turn this back to you, Mark. This crowd is not being respectful. John's going to keep you respectful. I'm going to turn it back to you.
How rude.
Oh, the crowd is not being respectful. Mike, I'm gonna hand it back. I'm gonna hand it back to you. I gotta hear that one more time.
I'm going to turn this back to you, Mark. This crowd is not being respectful. John's going to keep you respectful. I'm going to turn it back to you.
How rude.
So this was at an event for
I'm reading that now. Yeah.
this guy John Zerlo, who was I guess somebody that they were honoring there.
He's a county clerk.
And they named that building after her.
He's catching strays.
So there was a quote that a protester gave, basically saying that this still wasn't a town hall. Well, Elise has not shown up in our district for months and months, said protester Mavis Agnew. She won't hold a town hall. She won't take questions. She's never in her office. People show up at her office constantly, doors closed. Her representatives, her employees won't talk to her. So this was her first appearance, the first opportunity we had to let her know we're unhappy.
And understand, this is a very Republican district. They are at, I don't know for sure if that guy, the Furlow, was a Republican.
Right.
They may not have been partisan on that level, but he certainly was, I think if he was, I have no doubt he was coded Republican.
Right.
So this is not just a nonpartisan event, but probably just by just sheer numbers, to the extent that you could say like a Republican event, in the way that most events up there are probably just Republican coded. And she's literally booed off the stage.
Yeah.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
There we go. At least Stefanik really strugglingly up there in upstate New York, which is a very rural area, I would point out. Her district. It's like up in the Adirondacks almost. I think actually it might include parts of the Adirondacks now that I think about it. Let's go here now. We'll stay in New York, talking New York politics. Let's talk about the mayoral race. Got a couple of updates with that. But this first update is fascinating. It's not so much about the race itself, but it'll certainly have an effect on it. Ingrid Lewis Martin, who is Eric Adams's, or was Eric Adams? Wait, what was her job? What is her job? I think she works for Eric Adams right now. Okay, no, she isn't currently. Okay, I'm sorry. So she was his former top advisor. I thought she was still working for him for some reason. But Eric Adams's former top advisor, Ingrid Lewis Martin, has been accused of receiving at least $75,000 in bribes. Was arrested, I believe, and arraigned yesterday. Here's CBS New York.
New corruption charges tonight against one of the mayor's closest advisors. Ingrid Lewis Martin is accused of netting $75,000 in alleged bribes. Dick Brennan has more now on why prosecutors say the city was up for sale.
Her head held high, her hands cuffed behind her back, Ingrid Lewis Martin, once the mayor's chief advisor and closest confidant, strode into court, followed by her co-defendants, to face more corruption charges. She's accused of taking more than $75,000 in alleged bribes and other benefits. Prosecutors say she steered city contracts, including for asylum seeker shelters, fast-tracking permits, influencing the Department of Transportation, and speeding up development contracts in exchange for favors. One of the allegations involves this bike lane on McGinnis Boulevard in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. It alleges a bribery scheme to try to stop a redesign for protected lanes.
Wow. Wow, taking bribes in order to stop protecting bikers. Come on. That is terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
It only took $75,000 to do that, huh? Jesus Christ. In New York? It doesn't go that far. It does not go that far. We got Dracula in the chat. Okay. All right, let's go here. Back to the Majority Report. Talk about another mayoral candidate in New York, Andrew Cuomo, who was recently bragging about how much, how great relationship he has with Donald Trump.
New story out. Remember, like a couple of weeks ago, it was reported that Andrew Cuomo had a phone call with Donald Trump. He tried to downplay it. But new reporting now, apparently some of Andrew Cuomo's supposed supporters out in the Hamptons think he's a real D-bag and decide to throw him under the bus a little bit.
That's fun. Whoever's the source for this stuff for Politico, very much appreciate your service.
I think they should be awarded the key to the city if Andrew Cuomo loses in November.
Zoran will do that after, obviously, converting us to Sharia law first. That's number 2.
Zohran Mamdani.
It'll be the sword of the city.
So apparently, this was this Politico, right?
Yeah.
Got hold of what appears to be a secret recording of Andrew Cuomo at a Hamptons fundraiser this past Saturday, I should say. This is like what, his 55th time in the Hamptons since he lost the, no, I don't know if it was actually
Fourth, really.
Fourth time in the Hamptons, raising money since he lost the primary, which credit where credit's due, right? Like, you want to do your fundraising where you can also mix in your vacation as you're running so hard to become
yeah, that's just
mayor.
convenient.
It's like when Adam
It's just smart
Sandler
planning.
shoots all those movies in Hawaii. It's like, dude, you just wanted to go to Hawaii
That's
for 4 weeks.
Exactly. And so they have basically, they haven't done the entire transcript, but there's a lot here. It's Politico writes, Andrew Cuomo's counting on President Donald Trump and top Republicans to tell the party faithful to vote for Cuomo for mayor if they want to stop Zohran Mamdani and not to vote for a Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa. So essentially, Cuomo would become the Republican candidate in this race.
Right.
Which is not... I mean, one does not have to stretch the imagination.
It's
Yeah,
like
but
the
the
IDC.
thing about that is-
He's IDC Cuomo, which is like you're secretly a Republican but don't present as such.
Exactly.
In it to win it.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not going to galvanize Republican voters to get out, right? Because he was already governor. And I said this before. Like, the thing about that plan, aside from the fact that the numbers don't work out right now, the main problem with that plan, to have Andrew Cuomo essentially run as the Republican, but instead as an independent, is that they already kind of hate Andrew Cuomo for their own particular reasons, since he was the governor of New York.
And there you go. Cuomo told the crowd at this Hamptons fundraiser, according to audio obtained by Playbook, we can minimize the Sliwa vote because he'll never be a serious candidate, Cuomo says.
That's rich for coming from you.
Well, what's also interesting is that, like, just think of what the opposite would be. We can't compete with this other guy because he's a serious candidate. Like, like he really is so desperate now. And then he goes on to say, and Trump himself, as well as top Republicans, will say the goal is to stop Mamdani. And you'll be wasting your vote on Sliwa. So I feel good about that.
Zohran Mamdani.
Now,
It gets worse.
it gets worse. And it's interesting to me that Cuomo knows what Trump's playbook is going to be. I mean, it's almost as if they have worked together on it. And here's the thing, though, before you get all uptight, it's not like Donald Trump is a transactional guy. It's not like Trump is the type of guy who says, I ideologically have an investment in someone other than Mamdani winning. Therefore, I'm just out of the goodness of my heart and a belief in you should be sincere and support who you. That's why I'm going to give you support,
Exactly.
Andrew Cuomo. Has nothing to do with wanting something in return.
No.
Exactly. Donald Trump, quid pro quo, come on. No. What? Donald, no. He's just a magnanimous, he's just a philanthrope. You know, he's just a philanthropic guy. He's just generous. He's not going to want anything. That's ridiculous.
Never.
Politico goes on to say, publicly, Cuomo has shunned the idea of getting any help from Trump. Cuomo said he'd decline an endorsement and denied the New York Times report that he'd spoken with the president about the race. Well, this is weird. It's almost as if Cuomo's been lying in public. Weird. But Cuomo seemed hopeful for the president's help behind closed doors, speaking to the more Trump-friendly crowd gathered at media mogul Jimmy Finkelstein's home in Southampton. Another co-host, former New York City Council President Andrew Stein, briefed Trump last night last month on how Cuomo would be competitive in the general election, according to the Times.
Get your wallet out.
This is the best part about this. There was a in the New York Times story from like that reported this that Stein and Mark Penn had tried to lobby the President Trump on the idea that Cuomo's got the best chance in the general election. It was also in there that Mark Penn, who is the scummiest of scumbags, incidentally, like the scummiest of scumbags. He was Hillary Clinton's guy, but meanwhile was also campaign managing a race. I think it was like I can't remember if it was Bolivia or like while he was doing Hillary Clinton's race.
What now? He's the CEO of this company, Harris X, and they released this poll for Fix the City the day before the primary that had Cuomo leading 52-28. And he lost 56-44. So this is one. I'm in it to win it. But this is a junk poll guy who's like right wing. Yeah.
He also, in addition to lobbying Trump that like he should back Cuomo in the general, Penn also was running a PAC for Cuomo and getting paid. So in other words, this is just Mark Penn sucking money out of like Cuomo donors and people here. So I'm in favor of that. Although, Mark Penn just enriching himself by just spewing bile all over the place. But all right, here's Cuomo again. We're going to go back to Cuomo. This is from the tape that Politico presumably has. Let's put it this way. I knew the president very well, Cuomo said. I believe there's a big piece of him that actually wants redemption in New York.
Aww.
Redemption in New York. Huh. He feels he was rejected by New York. We voted for Clinton. Bill de Blasio took his name off of things. So I believe there will be opportunities to actually cooperate with him. I also believe that he's not going to want to fight with me in New York if he can avoid it. Well, we know how he's going to avoid fighting with you in New York. You've already made a deal with him. You've already capitulated. If you support me and get people to vote for me instead of Sliwa, we're good. Whatever you want, buddy. That's what's going on here.
When he says there will be opportunities to actually cooperate with him, what that means is for immigrant New Yorkers, we are going to sell your own.
Exactly. Yeah, immigrants, whatever else. I mean, allowing the National Guard into the city, whatever it might be, that's, I think that's the kind of thing that Cuomo is going to look forward to working with Donald Trump on. All right, let's go here. This is Zoran Mamdani's YouTube channel, talking about the importance of unions.
Good morning, housekeeping.
My canvas.
Let's hear
yours.
it. I do this sometimes too. No way.
And what has it meant for you to be in a union, to have a union job?
Oh my God, having a union job is food on the table, a roof over your head. I used to live in New Jersey before, and I was in a domestic violence relationship, and then we ended up in a shelter.
How many landlords did you go to that turned you down?
Over 100.
Over 100?
Over 100. And from there, I just kept looking for jobs. And my first job I got was housekeeping. I'm going to show you my favorite thing to do.
Please.
Like when I do the sheet, I have to have it like flow. See what I'm saying? Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. It gives me chills.
You're an artist.
I like to hear the sound.
Yeah.
That's why I love my job so much.
What difference have you felt from when you did this work at a non-union hotel?
I've done rooms in a non-union hotel where I didn't have a vacuum. I literally have to sweep the carpet. right? And it was like, especially like it was a Christmas time, and they had like all the glitter all over, and the manager, she gave me a broom. Just imagine sweeping up glitter off the carpet. I was doing lobby attendant, I was doing houseman.
And you said when you started that job, you're making $8.25 an hour.
Yeah, I never went up, that was it.
So it was still $8.25 even when you were working in the lobby?
It was still $8.25.
Wow.
Because it was non-union. And that's why I keep these pictures here. So when we was in the shelter together. So this is Joshua right here, and this is Jordan, and I'm so sorry.
No, please.
And you know, I had this here since 2016. When Rich Morocco gave me, I never removed it. It's Julia.
Wow.
Yeah, she's going to Albany University.
That's amazing. You should be so proud.
This is my little castle.
Is this a rent-stabilized apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm paying 18 by myself. And I pay for 4 groceries and plus my monthly metronome ticket, you know?
And then when that rent goes up every year, it makes it harder.
Did everybody hear that? I'm sorry.
More than.
Did everyone hear that? She is in what is called a rent-stabilized apartment and is paying 18, aka $1,800 frickin' dollars. That's what rent stabilized. Which is, so it's like freezing the rent. Like, come on. Why are we not freezing that rent? We should be freezing all the rent. I actually made the suggestion last year that we should, I mean, I've been a little distracted lately, but we were talking housing a lot last year. And I made the suggestion, not only do we freeze the rent, we should be doing like a reverse. Like, remember when Biden declared that like landlords are supposed to only raise the rent by 5% a year? I was like, no, we should do we should not the opposite of that, but we should do like the inverse of not allow for rent increases, but in fact do the opposite, force landlords to figure out a way to charge 5% less per year for 5 years. $1,800. That was the wrong sound shot.
That's too much, man!
Well, I do see people talking about Canada in chat right now for some reason. Okay. Let's keep talking the New York mayoral race. See what happened with Hakeem Jeffries. Went on to, what is it, the Pod Save? I think we went and talked to this Pod Save guys. He was asked about not endorsing Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh my God.
Look, I spend a lot of time mocking Chuck Schumer because Schumer is largely useless in leadership of the Senate. But Hakeem Jeffries is not just largely useless in the leadership in the House, but also, doesn't he have any advisors? Doesn't anybody work for Hakeem Jeffries who could say to him, come on, you don't have to go out there and do these interviews. Maybe somebody else should. Like, keep your position, but why do you keep trying to go and prove that you're not good at this? Like, what was it we saw him last week? He was on CNBC, and he's there to carry a message to his corporate donors. And Joe Kernan, the guy who gets rolled by just about anybody.
It was Sorkin, but yeah.
Well, Sorkin, but then Joe Kernan afterwards. We didn't play the rest of that clip, but he's getting completely boxed in and defensive by the guys on CNBC. Like, why do you keep going places that you think are going to be less hostile to you, and you end up on the defensive?
Yeah, why does he keep going
You've
places?
been to CNBC.
That's a good question.
How about go and
maybe Hakeem Jeffries should just stop going places entirely.
talk to some, recently former Republicans? Like, ostensibly, these are your people, Hakeem Jeffries, right? These are the people that you have designed the whole program for. These are the people who you think like, oh, okay, I'm not going to endorse Zohran Mamdani because Mamdani is going to keep me from being able to reach out to Republicans and never Trumpers. And I mean, these are your people. And
it is ridiculous that he is still trying to do the Kamala from last year after that failed spectacularly. It's like, I can't not continue to try and take money from, billion-dollar corporations and interest groups, and I gotta keep trying to reach out across the aisle to other voters who are almost definitely not going to vote for me. Okay, I just realized the goal ended, but technically we have another hour. I'm going to give us a little longer on the goal. Now, I saw, I think it was PB donated $10 to the goal. So that gets us to 3, I believe, or like 2.5. Like 2.5 or 3 super chats right now of 10 needed, and we are in dire straits right now for this situation. But we can still get it done. 7.5 super chats between now and the end of the second break ish.
still get rolled. Play this.
First, I guess I don't understand what the holdup is on endorsing Zoran Mamdani in the mayor's race. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so I didn't know
even the bulwark
Zoran at all.
It's fucking amazing.
First time I ever sat down and
I gotta
met
say,
with him was last month.
It really is incredible. Even on
Just absolute lie that
even on the bulwark, he's getting this question.
Zoran Mamdani.
What's up with that? What's up with that, Hakeem?
In the mayor's race, could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so I didn't know Zoran at all. First time I ever sat down and met with him was last month, in Connecticut.
Just an absolute lie that Hakeem Jeffries isn't intimately aware with rising socialist politicians in this city. He's actively conspiring against them. But
okay, well, let's just take Hakeem Jeffries at his word that he, up until a month ago, had no idea who this guy, who incidentally won his district by 15, 20 points. Come on! No idea who he was 30 days ago. And didn't realize, when I met him 30 days ago, I also didn't realize, I hadn't read the news, didn't know that he won the Democratic primary for mayor.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
Well, so what?
No idea.
He's if he didn't know that, he's pretty incompetent because this is the city that he represents.
Okay, now I'm going to just take him at face value.
Sure.
Okay, he's completely incompetent.
Sure.
But also, do you know who Curtis Sliwa is? Do you know who Eric Adams, who just sold out the city so that he wasn't investigated anymore? Do you know who Andrew Cuomo is? The guy who was driven out of office because of 13 accusations of sexual assault. Illegal. Not to mention what he did with the thousands of people he put into into nursing homes and that led to their death. Not to mention the what was it? The report report on corruption. What was that committee? I can't even remember now. That you appointed, the McEnroe, the anti-corruption, the Moreland Commission, that as soon as they started investigating your office, you disbanded. Not to mention the IDC. Do you know about that stuff, Hakeem Jeffries? Since you've been a New York politician for that entire time. I didn't know. Can he not?
Let's also not forget
over and over again without having met
Zoran,
the politician. He said
not only, was the mayoral race going on for over a year, right? Or it's been, people have been running. Zoran started his run 9 months ago or something. Zoran was also is currently an assemblyman in New York. So it's like really, you just have no idea. You just had no idea, and then you heard about him like last week. It's like, oh yeah, and now I know about him, and that is all. Thank you.
And with Zoran 2 months ago. This is the worst answer ever. And getting embarrassed by a former Jeb Bush guy, no matter if he wears a puka shell necklace or whatever the hell, is even more embarrassing than being a former Jeb Bush guy who wears a puka shell necklace.
And again, like, I didn't meet him until a month ago. Well, buddy, the election is in like 3 months from now. Like, what do you, like, I have to know somebody for 45 days personally.
Well, if he's
before
Muslim,
I endorse them. I mean,
if
like,
he's Muslim, it's a little scary. He needs more time to warm up to him.
First time I ever sat down and met with him was last month, in connection with him becoming the Democratic nominee. It was a good conversation. He was out in East New York, in that part of the district. That's very important to me, very important to Brooklyn, very important to the city of New York. Often doesn't get a lot of attention. It was a candid conversation. It was comprehensive. And we were really having a community-focused discussion about the things that would matter to communities like East New York or Brownsville or the West End of Coney Island, Canarsie, working class neighborhoods traditionally and continue to be predominantly African-American and Caribbean-American, the things that would matter to them, as well as in the southern Brooklyn part of the district that I represent, which is predominantly Jewish. So that was a good conversation. It was an important right?
Just to be clear, the question was, why haven't you endorsed Mamdani? And he just spent 90 seconds, maybe more, talking about New York City. Incidentally, Mamdani was out campaigning in an area that generally doesn't get attention. Okay.
That's great.
Why
That's
didn't
exactly
you endorse him
the point.
again? Go ahead.
No, but is that the end of it?
No.
There's
okay.
some
Why was
music
there
cue
music?
that comes in. I'm not sure what this
in
is.
there. I feel like the producer was like, let's just cut to a break. This is bullshit. I don't know, but the
Oh,
music
so it's
will
their
stop
music.
quickly.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That would matter to them, as well as in the southern Brooklyn part of the district that I represent, which is predominantly Jewish. So that was a good conversation. It was an important one to have, right? I don't just
That's their
simply
music.
endorse folks based on no understanding of what the plan is to actually deliver and make life better for the people that I'm privileged to represent. In that conversation, he asked me to put together a follow-up meeting with some community leaders in many of the neighborhoods that I represent, which I told him I would do. Was setting that in motion. Should occur within the next few weeks. And then once that meeting
It takes you
place,
7
along with
weeks
some
to
other
set this up?
conversations that he's having with members of the congressional delegation, and then I'll make a decision thereafter.
Okay.
Okay. That's an incredibly okay from the Bulwark guy. I always forget this dude's name. But it is wild. I'm going to talk to the entire congressional delegation. Is that what he said? Hakeem has got to talk to his mom, his grandma. Got to talk to his wife, and he's got to check in with his neighbor across the street. He might even ask his dog, I guess, or something like that. Figure out. I mean, can't just read tea leaves. He's got to go out there. He's got to hit the pavement. He's got to ask absolutely everyone what he should do. He's got to ask his donors, should I endorse this guy? No, I shouldn't endorse the Democrat Socialist. Aw. You thought it was my music? It's not. That was not me. That was not my sound shot. That was absolutely the Bulwark who just peppered that in for whatever reason.
Striking war.
Yeah, so
that just started and so this guy's so bad at what he does. He is so there's only two answers. There's really only two explanations for the question that Miller asked him, which is one, I'm just super incompetent, and I want to try and drag this out as much as possible so that when he does become mayor, I'm as alienated from him as possible. Or two, I have been told by donors, do not endorse until the last minute. Do not do anything to help this guy win, period, end of story. And I am so captured by these donors that I have to keep going out and embarrassing myself over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, it doesn't just hurt Hakeem Jeffries. What Hakeem Jeffries is doing is hurting every Democrat. He is not a backbencher. He is hurting the party. He is hurting its prospects. He is hurting the media narrative.
Yep, Hakeem really does suck.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And the fact that he's the Speaker of the House for the whatever you want to call it, the minority leader in the House for Democrats, his messaging game is like, it's fully negative. It's not just bad. It's like actively harmful. Like Sam is saying, it's a disaster. All right, let's talk about the future of the Democratic Party. This guy actually went on to the Majority Report earlier this week. I think it was Thursday or Wednesday. I can't remember what day it was. But there's a guy up in Maine who is looking to unseat Susan Collins, terrible vampire lady, who's been in the Senate for, I think, like decades now. How long has Susan Collins been in office? Hold on, I'm just gonna look this up. She is Maine's longest serving member of Congress. Sure, okay. When did she start? How is this not immediately on the Wikipedia page? Motherfucker. Since 1996. Jesus Christ. She's been in Congress for 30 years. And she's terrible. But one man is looking to take that seat away from her.
You are running for U.S. Senate. You're running for Susan Collins' seat. Is that correct?
I am running for United States Senate. I'm born and raised here in Sullivan. I grew up here. I joined the Marine Corps out of high school, went overseas for a while, and when I came home, this state and this community is what allowed me to kind of come back and build, frankly, a life that I've fallen in love with. And even though I've been able to build a really nice life, I've been able to do that with a lot of support from my community and support from the VA. I'm a disabled veteran. Recently, I've really watched my community begin to essentially fall apart. Rural healthcare in Eastern Maine is collapsing. We have a housing crisis and an affordability crisis that it's driving people out of the state. I have a lot of friends my age who are leaving Maine because there's nowhere to live. They can't afford a house if they can even find one. And it's hard for me to like live a life that I've worked very hard to build that I find very fulfilling. It's hard for me to find satisfaction in that while my community and my neighbors and frankly the state that I love seems like it is in the most dire straits it's been in a long time. And so this is an opportunity for me to get involved and to give back to the place that has given me so much. We need people to fight for working Mainers, and it hasn't felt like we have had that in a very long time. In the 30 years that Susan Collins has been in the Senate, things have gotten materially worse for working class Mainers. People now are really, they're no longer buying the charade that she's a moderate or that she's fighting for working Mainers because they see over and over and over again her using her position to try to look like she's helping folks while continuing on supporting a much larger project that has resulted in the immiseration of the working class in the state. I know this. I have friends who are Republicans. I have friends who are Democrats. Everybody in my small town who I talk to, they see her as just another self-interested politician who serves the whims of the establishment. And everybody feels like she's got to go. We need a politics in this state that is going to represent the interests of working people.
Well, there we go. Graham Plattner, the latest man to throw his hat into the Maine Senate race, speaking on the weakness of Maine's current Senator Suzanne Collins, while also talking about how it is important for Maine to focus on the working people of the state, rather than being worried about donors and whatever else. And like I said, he went on to the Majority Report earlier, but I don't think they posted the clip. So I figured I'd throw this in here for us to look at while we're talking about, movements, the political landscape. I think his message is pretty good. He seems to be focused on the right stuff, I get the sense he's maybe more liberal than me, perhaps, but I think for Maine especially, a good candidate, and is at least on message with some of the very most important stuff, like working people and, affordability and all these other sorts of things. It's just the right focus to me, I think. And it seems like Chad agrees with that as well. Nadia, the immiseration of the working class is pure Marx. Okay, let's see. Where I've lost my place. All right. Yes, let's go here. Move on from talking about the elections that are going on to talking about something which the state of Oklahoma is looking to do, which I find to be just frightening in its level of authoritarianness, if you will. I mean, this is straight out of 1984 type shit. But according to the Associated Press, from 3 days ago, Oklahoma is planning to test the ideology of teachers, coming specifically from the states of California and New York. So if you happen to be a teacher who, I don't know, maybe you got your degree in New York. I don't know if you have to be a resident of New York, if you just had to go to school there or what, or if you don't have to, it's not clear. But the fact is they're doing ideological purity testing in Oklahoma. If you want to be a teacher, that is.
Oklahoma's top education
By the way,
official is instituting a requirement that
literally,
prospective
do you
teachers
remember?
coming to the state.
Please hold on.
Oklahoma's top education official is.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll let it go. Then I'll say this.
Oklahoma's top education official is instituting a requirement that prospective teachers coming to the state from California and New York pass an exam that tests their ideology. Ryan Walters is the public schools superintendent in Republican-dominated Oklahoma. He says the test is designed to safeguard against what he calls radical leftist ideology coming from those in the Democratic-led states. The test was put together by a nonprofit group that produces short videos with a conservative perspective on politics. The test is expected to begin being administered soon in Oklahoma. The move has gotten criticism from those who call it a MAGA loyalty test and say Walters' focus should be instead on educating students. Critics also say The test will discourage teachers from applying to jobs.
Yeah, it's a terrible fucking plan. Are you kidding me? You're gonna ideologize. Do you remember when? I mean, it wasn't so long ago that Republicans were literally having, daily freakout sessions over what's happening on colleges and universities, claiming that there were ideological purity tests happening on campus, and that free speech wasn't allowed, and it was a leftist. What do you call it? Like a leftist, liberal, Marxist factory for little communists or whatever. And now they're literally doing that in schools, and they want to do that in public schools with children, not with adults. With children. They want those children to be indoctrinated with a very particular set of beliefs. It's fascinating. Okay. Speaking of colleges and universities, let's go here. As students in Maryland, along with parents and teachers, are pushing back against allegations of anti-Semitism at a school there, BCPS. I can't remember if this is a college or a high school. Whatever, let's go here. CBS Baltimore from yesterday.
In Baltimore City, dozens of Jewish students, parents, and teachers from the school district have penned a letter pushing back against allegations
By the
of
way,
anti-Semitism
was
in
it?
city
Wait a
schools.
second.
According
Wait a second.
to our media partner, the Baltimore
Wait
Banner.
a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Isn't that Oklahoma guy the one? Yes, somebody in chat just said he's the pornography viewer. That is the fucking Oklahoma guy who got caught watching pornography on his computer during a council meeting or something. And now he wants to do purity tests? Wow. Wow, dude, glass houses.
Letter was sent.
Maybe we should do a purity test on that guy. I mean, my God.
League. It was in response to the federal civil rights complaint submitted by the ADL, alleging the city school system did not address parents' complaints of anti-Semitic harassment. And while the letter did not address the specific incidents listed in the ADL's complaint, organizers say they represent, quote, a range of expression on Jewish identity, and they value the education received through city schools.
Right. Okay. So yeah, this
In Baltimore
public school
City,
system.
dozens of Jewish students,
Well,
parents, and
what just
teachers
happened?
from the school district
Why did
have
you just
penned a
restart
letter
the video?
pushing back against allegations.
Don't do that. That's not cool. Okay. Yeah. So sorry. I got confused as to whether or not it was a college or a public school system. But yeah, students, parents, teachers, all fighting back against allegations of anti-Semitism at Baltimore City schools, and many of those students and parents were, in fact, Jewish themselves. All right, I think I'm going to take a break now. So we're about to switch topics here. And this next one's going to take us a little bit. So I think it just makes sense to pause here. Don't worry, though, chat. We'll be right back. Oh, well, maybe we'll be right back. Oh, Jesus Christ. How much time do we have left on the... Oh, my God. We have 37 minutes left. We have 37 minutes left on the... Oh, I forgot about this. How did I forget about this? We have 37 minutes left on the goal, which we are still 7 shy of completing. Yeesh. Which means after that, the show could just end at any time. Oh, God. Terrible. I also just don't want to break up this material. It's just going to be annoying. Let's just break. We'll come back right after these brief space messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing, as programming like this is funded by people like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, or PayPal. If you prefer the money that you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of 10 cents a month, you get an incredible number of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, Space Fams? Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. All right, Space Fams. I am back. Which means it's time for us to get back to the show, so you better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss... Oh, wait. Well, you're going to miss the beginning of the third half. Who knows if we're going to get the whole third half or not. We are still 7 super chats short of the goal for the stream. That could be preventative of us getting all of the sweet, sweet content tonight. Still got a bunch of stuff to cover. I think we've gotten through like 35 of 100 videos or something. But like a third of the way through of videos. Maybe not in time, but in terms of videos. Okay, let's go here. Let's talk about the wokeness that is Cracker Barrel. Now, if you're familiar with the restaurant Cracker Barrel, it certainly doesn't scream woke in any way. It's usually filled with old, often white people. Not always. You know, young people go there too, I suppose, as well as people who are not white. But that tends to be their main clientele, from what I've seen in my there's a handful of times of happening to find myself in a Cracker Barrel. Usually, I think Cracker Barrels are a place you go to, like you're on like a road trip or something. You like stop at you just stop at a Cracker Barrel or something of that nature. Very much American style food, filled with all sorts of very quaint, vintage, in fact, beyond vintage looking stuff, very old. And their logo for many, many years, I don't know how many years, has been a white man, aka a cracker, with his elbow while sitting rested on a barrel. And Cracker Barrel has now changed that logo, and Republicans have lost their fricking minds.
Rid of the Second Amendment? On the all-time list of weirdest culture wars, this one's got to rank pretty high. And for one company, an iconic company, the price that it is paying is also very high. Here's the bottom line, at least we think. Cracker Barrel has updated its logo. You see it right there. The redesigned logo and decor, whether you love it or hate it, is change. It's pretty standard for companies to update from time to time, but not according to MAGA. The right is now calling the chain woke, and the stock price fell off a cliff today over it. Some of them are upset that they took away Uncle Herschel. The president's son asked, what the F is wrong with them? One MAGA account with nearly 4 million followers said that the CEO should face charges for this crime against humanity.
Illegal. Wow. Oh my God. The outrage, we are like red alert levels of cancel culture coming from Republicans right now. They're like, what? You changed your logo? You should go to jail. A private company decided to change their logo. Jail. Immediately jail. Illegal. Holy fuck. And honestly, I had no idea that the white guy on the Cracker Barrel logo even had a name. Uncle Herschel. Whose uncle is Uncle Herschel exactly? Not my uncle.
Followers said that the CEO should face charges for this crime against humanity. And a MAGA podcaster took it one step further.
And got rid of the cracker and the barrel.
Oh.
They erased the white guy sitting outside of the Cracker Barrel store.
Poor Benny.
White people are about to riot.
They're about to
It's getting
riot.
Sticky.
White people are about to
Cracker
riot.
Barrel is as woke as they come. She
Incredible.
destroying.
Incredible. Listen to Benny inciting a riot. All right, not quite inciting, but I mean, getting as close as he can too without doing so. Oh my God, white people are about to riot. There's going to be pandemonium in the streets. I wonder how many people have actually would have noticed that they changed their logo if people like Benny and Ben Shapiro and others like that weren't out getting on the bullhorn over this thing. I'll bet you like 3. I'll bet you 3 people would have noticed.
A great American brand.
I don't know if this is satire or what, but
Oh,
yeah,
no,
I
he's
guess they got
serious.
rid of the cracker, his words, and the barrel at the same time, and so now it's about to be Civil War Part 2 in the country. Make it make sense.
First off, I think it's wrong to paint this as MAGA world. Is
Oh,
outraged.
everybody's
Sure, there are
upset.
people in that sphere that are, but I've
Many of them.
seen a lot of folks who have no allegiance
They
or
are
alliance
furious.
to MAGA that have complained about this.
Have
and
they?
why? It's because there's a resistance to change.
Jesus Christ. Everyone is furious, according to this weird guy, whose name happens to rhyme. Pete Seat. Pete Seat is very upset. Peter Seater. He is very upset. And it's not just him. Everyone's upset. Outraged. Look at Van's look at Van's side eye right now. He's just looking at him like, who's upset? Can you get me that list?
That have complained about this. And why? It's because there's a resistance to change, specifically a resistance to changing things that aren't broken. And Cracker Barrel works because Cracker Barrel is consistent. When you go on a road trip, you know that you're going to get good food at a good price at the next exit. And you can go in and you have the kitschy decor. It makes you feel like you're at home or in grandma's living room. That's what people want. They don't want bland, boring, cookie cutter, minimalist places that feel like fill-in-the-blank fusion restaurants.
I believe you. I believe that you believe that.
Did you all get that?
But I have to point out there are two.
Pete must realize, maybe he doesn't, he must realize that she is making fun of his ass. I mean, come on, pal. Wake up. She just made fun of you. She's like, I believe that you believe that. I believe that you're deluded enough to think that a lot of people, regular people, are very upset about them changing the sign.
One, Cracker Barrel has not been doing well. I hate to break it to you, but long before all of this, going all the way back to, from my look at this graphic, July 2021 or thereabouts, the stock has been in decline, okay? So this is a brand that's been in trouble for some time. But then on top of that, listen, it's not just me saying it's MAGA, okay? Here's Byron Donalds, a sitting Republican congressman. He says, in college, I worked at Cracker Barrel in Tallahassee. I even gave my life to Christ in their parking lot. Their logo was iconic. Their unique restaurants were a fixture of American culture. No one asked for this woke rebrand.
Oh my God.
It's time to make Cracker Barrel great again.
Oh my God. Get over it. This is so fucking dumb.
Is woke. I think we're
This
abusing
is
the
so
term a little bit too much.
This is so sad. This is so fucking pathetic. Jesus Christ. It's a sign. They're not changing anything else about the restaurant. But this woman's take I found to be fascinating at some points in here. We'll get to that.
Where it's losing its meaning, and that's really important because some things actually are woke and we should call it like it is. However, in this case, from a marketing perspective, if revenues are declining, you got to switch it up, you got to implement a new strategy. But who at that round table was thinking to themselves, yes, let's go back to the minimalism of 5 years ago that is sterile and bland and neutered, and let's rob this iconic timeless company of all of its character and charm. And
Did these guys get like some sort of a memo or something? What's happening here? She's just repeating everything that Pete Seat just said.
and fun history and country vibes. That's not super smart. Maximalism is the moment. And also Gen Z, we love Cracker Barrel.
There's a lot of
We love
bad
Cracker
corporate
Barrel.
decision making happening.
But isn't
Probably.
that capitalism?
Right.
Like,
aren't they allowed to make mistakes?
And the market will decide.
Are supposed to stand
And the market will
private
decide.
companies to be able to make their own decisions about their strategy.
Companies should be allowed to do whatever they want and not pay any taxes unless they do something I don't like. That's the Republican way these days. Hold on, I don't need to listen to these two. Hold on, I don't need this whole clip at all. Where doth we go now? Yes.
I have to say, the president.
Whoa. What in the fuck? What is happening?
President's son.
Well, first of all,
okay, this is not just like a lunatic.
You know
on
what's
the
funny
right.
about that is he lying. He don't know nothing about Cracker Barrel. He did not grow up with Cracker Barrel. He has no clue. They're not dipping the crackers into caviar. He don't know nothing about what he's talking about. He has no clue. It's a lot of people. This is the thing that annoys me about this the most. It's like, just stop giving them stuff to cry about. Like, I get it. Like, this whole thing, I understand that the want is to continue to move and all of this, but now we get to get stuck on another meaningless cultural war when there's real stuff that's actually going on.
On a serious note, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Terry, but on a serious note, the undercurrent of a lot of this is that this is a company that no longer has a policy of not hiring LGBTQ people, that has tried to create a workplace environment that is welcoming to all of its employees. And for that reason, people like right-wing activist Robbie Starbuck are saying that they are woke. There is an undercurrent that if you acknowledge the existence and perhaps the humanity of people who are LGBTQ or whatever, then suddenly you become woke and suddenly you become entitled to this kind of backlash.
This is a weird fringe on both sides. Most people just want breakfast. You know, I mean, they really don't want to fight about who's, and they're live and let live. We are fair-minded,
I'm
decent
sorry.
people who are mostly going to.
First off, I always I don't get it. Just see Terry work for CNN. This guy is so fucked, right? Like, there's one side who's saying, and I mean, really, what are we saying here? Like, one side who's saying that they're completely outraged over the changing of a sign, and also, which is of course completely ridiculous, but then also outraged about a company hiring LGBT people, right? And another side saying, why are you upset about that? And both sides, he's saying, are insane. Really, Terry? Really, Terry? Both sides of that are insane. Really? That is fucking dumb. They're the same, actually. People who hate hate LGBT people and don't want them to have jobs are the same as people who are like questioning whether or not that's an acceptable stance. Everybody's just everybody's just oh my gosh. Why can't I just be an enlightened centrist?
These may be different from you at the Cracker Barrel. You're gonna storm out.
No, it's fine.
How dare they have
They
somebody
don't,
who's gay in
they
there?
don't want pandering, and I will say the
it's
reaction
a lot
to
of
this
pandering.
is
Hold on.
kind of
To hire someone?
Well, I actually
no,
disagree.
by basically saying that we're going to be overtly progressive
overtly
in our
progressive.
posture.
But they're
They're allowed.
qualified, they
That's a
hire.
corporate decision that they are allowed
Well,
to make. And if
here's
people
the-
don't want to go eat there, they don't have to. But to attack the company, to do this cancel culture thing, which I thought the right opposed cancel culture.
look,
Yeah,
I thought they opposed,
what about
well,
that?
supposedly, right? I thought they opposed grievance politics.
What happened
I
to
thought they
that?
opposed victimization. I thought they opposed all of these binaries. But now all of a sudden, they don't like this company because it's too woke, and they want to cancel the company.
But, by the way, a couple of things. Number one, I actually don't agree that it's just the fringe of the right. I think the president and other people, they run on these culture war issues.
Right.
They took Sydney Sweeney and the entire discourse around Sydney Sweeney and blew it up when they needed a lifeline from everybody's laser focus on other things. I think that the culture war issues right now are actually steroids to the people that want to use the changing of America and the perceived changing of America as ammunition to ram through all of these policies. I think that there's a definite through line between this right here.
I think most
and
someone who lives in the Midwest.
Shut up, Terry.
Normal revolution? You don't think most Americans just want normal? Because what Cracker
What
Barrel
is
had
normal?
before-
Well, what's abnormal? I don't get.
I don't
What is
know
it?
what the average American
Also,
is.
like-
No,
what's the
but
average
like
American?
to strip a logo that didn't need
I mean,
but that's not up to
does that mean? I mean, the thing that nobody asks her is that, like, do you think that the Cracker Barrel should hire LGBT people?
I guess the thing is, we don't know why, but we don't know why they changed the logo. I don't understand. I mean, the assumption here is that they took the white guy off the logo, but maybe they just changed the logo and simplified it. I don't know. I mean, we just actually don't know.
Rebrands.
But now
that
the
had
lobby
5
looks
different
like a Holiday
logos,
Inn, which is weird.
People don't have to like the logo, and maybe they'll change it back. But like, it's.
Pete, you were saying.
Well, I just wanted to say, as someone who actually lives in the Midwest, in the heartland of America, I have a lot of friends who are watching tonight. When they saw the intro and we were going to talk about Cracker Barrel, my phone blew up. And they said, I am so angry. I hope you express that anger. They're actually...
This sounds like complete bullshit. Pete Seat has a lot of friends, and they all texted him, and they're all watching CNN while he's on there. Really? A lot of friends, Pete? Yeah. Okay.
And they said, I am so angry. I hope you express that anger. They're actually, they're in touch with what people are talking about and upset with.
Have they gone to Cracker Barrel in the last year?
I haven't asked them, but I'm sure
I
they
think that this
have.
would be very important because I do think that there are a lot of people who are going to get angry about these things, but they're not stepping foot in a Cracker Barrel.
So you think this rebrand is going to get people in the door?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the CEO is saying that it has been positively received by people who are actually coming in the
I will tell
restaurant.
you this, though. This rebrand is buying Cracker Barrel publicity that they could not have dreamed of. Now, what
a falling stock price.
What the consumer does after that, I know I'm probably going to check it out. I say that all the way. I say Brother Barrel. I say put a brother on the side and just go all the way to really get people talking. Okay, if this gets under y'all skin, let's go more. Let's go crazy.
I'm on board with Van. I think we should change it to Brother Barrel. That would be good. I'd be fine with that. Now, it's not just talking heads on CNN who are very upset about this, or Benny Johnson, or whatever that, Robbie Starbuck. There's also one man by the name of Ben Shabibo. He's also upset. By the way, I think the goal is officially over. Let me look at this. No, we have 8 minutes and 55 seconds left. On the goal right now. My God. And it's 7 short. We're in dire straits, people.
Okay. Yeah, these are all blank. Ooh, hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, man?
Hey, excuse me, can I ask you a question real quick? Hey, hold on a second.
You know?
Can I ask you a quick question? Would you like to watch some trash media with me? Oh, you would?
Okay, great, man.
I understand that it was transgressive back in the 1980s when Madonna was doing it, but it's not transgressive anymore. It's actually sort of bizarrely regressive. I love that we live in a society where we're what's supposed to.
Okay, yeah, man, this is a guy who people used to make fun of all the time and then forgot about.
Then everybody forgot the collective memory.
The collective caring about this guy has rapidly gone the way of the
toilet.
Okay, all right. But I don't know if you guys agree with this. I like to be fascinated by things. Ooh, that's fascinating, I say. I go, ooh.
Wow.
This came up recommended to me because YouTube knows what I like. What is this? It's Ben Shartino talking about, what the hell is this? Taylor Swift's new album cover. Oh, whoa, I gotta get some insight.
Ooh, I got to get somebody to break that down for me, please.
I have to note that Taylor Swift has a new album cover. I know. We have to give these updates. Apparently, they're more newsworthy than actual news. But I have been told
Well,
by
you're
many
doing
sources,
a news thing about it. Okay.
myriad and sundry, that it's very important that we talk about
Shut
Taylor
up,
Swift's
man.
new album cover.
Don't
So
start-
here is
don't
what
start
Taylor
with
Swift's
that.
new album cover looks like.
Okay.
Here is the image.
Put it up there.
And, by the way, she is so overexposed. My goodness.
Wow.
If you search Taylor Swift on Google, which I just did because I'm trying to look up her album cover, there's like
No,
actual
you were
Google
searching her.
graphics that appear. Bent over at the waist, putting her arms
All right,
against
don't start,
a wall
man.
while wearing a showgirl
Don't
outfit
start with
that's
that.
cut up sky
Stop.
high, essentially.
Yeah, you're saying-
I mean, oh my God. No wonder Ben Shapiro's wife does not get wet. And that she told him actually getting wet is a sign of some sort of a disease because she doesn't want to let it on to him that, in fact, he's a complete prude, incapable of making a woman feel pleasurable feelings. She is overexposed. She is overexposed. As you can see her skin. And that is not good. It's overexposure of the skin.
And
Stop looking at that.
all right.
Man. Okay, man. Well, what the hell has this guy been up to?
What the hell has this guy been up to lately?
I've seen a lot of stories that are like, oh no, the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is in big trouble. People aren't interested anymore. Views are down. Their company's falling apart. And then this came recommended. I was like, what the hell's going on? With content like this, how is that possible? I think maybe his audience got sick of like, every other video was like, Israel's awesome. And what are they gonna do now? They talk about Taylor Swift's album. Her new album cover.
Oh, that'll get some clicks.
Okay, so I'm looking through her old
Oopsies.
Taylor Swift album covers now. First of all, I have to say, it looks like she's done some facial work because she looked very different in 2006. In any case, Taylor Swift 2006 looks like it's like a
Okay, whoa.
What?
That was harsh.
She spit on them.
She cut.
Oh my God. I love how he pulls up a photo of her when she was like 18 or something like that. And like, look, she looked different. She's an adult woman now, and she was a child at one point. And she looks different than when she was a child. What's up with that? I don't look any different. I haven't changed in 30 years. But yeah, Ben goes on to suggest that as pornography actually is the album was that was the overexposure was pornography.
Illegal.
Just like he suggested, softcore porn, of course. Something I feel like that's the only kind of porn Ben has ever seen is softcore porn. I think, but yeah, he accused Taylor Swift of doing softcore porn because you could see her legs and arms. One thing that I've been thinking to myself is that Ben Shapiro should probably move to Iran I think it would just make more sense for him because that way he wouldn't have to see women's arms and legs as much. And I think that would go well for him. I don't think he would have any problems with that. I think that'd be good. He wouldn't have to be subjected to seeing any portion of a woman's unclothed body. All right, let's actually get to the Cracker Barrel talking.
Logo.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Did Ben Shabibo write a book? Ben Shapiro, Lions and Scavengers, The True Story of America.
To be, I thought, rather charming.
Okay.
Is kind of a
World War
middle-aged
III.
farmer,
Start it.
white guy, sitting on
Okay.
a chair, leaning against a barrel.
Okay. And I don't know about this. I think it's interesting, controversial branding, but they changed it to the ISIS flag. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's controversial. It's good for buzz. It's got to be something like that because that's the only thing I can think that would make this newsworthy. Okay, go ahead.
With a logo that said Cracker Barrel,
Let's check
old
it out.
country store. And it was
Calm
kind of
down.
charming. It didn't look generic.
Huh?
And now their new logo is
Okay.
basically
Check that
just
out.
like they kept the same letters for Cracker Barrel, the same font and
Oh,
everything. But
okay.
they just got rid of the dude leaning on the barrel and the chair and the old country store.
Okay.
And they just made it into like a yellow block that kind of looks like you're driving into it. A
Time
Carl's
for
Jr. or
people to
something.
get in the street. Whoa, whoa. Time for people to get out in the streets now. It's time for some mass. Yeah, we can't let that go on. Wait. Cracker Barrel barely changed the logo? Yeah, man, we're going to have to shut down all operations, both economic and governmental, at this point. No choice.
Apparently, it also noted that farm fresh scrambled eggs and buttermilk biscuits were the inspiration behind
Is this an ad for Cracker Barrel? It sounds kind of delicious. Go ahead, I guess.
Apparently, it also noted that farm fresh scrambled eggs and buttermilk biscuits were the inspiration behind the color palette in the new campaign. All right. I mean, sure, I guess. Whatever.
Yeah.
The new updates are part of the company's All the
agree.
More campaign that positions the iconic.
Okay, this is actually kind of another good rebranding. This almost feels like old David Letterman or something, where he just like doesn't give a crap. He just doesn't care. He feels like he shouldn't be here, you know? Oh, what's this? We got a Cracker Barrel thing. Let's check that out. Oh, they changed it. And I just put the letters. All right. Yeah, okay. Who cares? What is this segment about? I don't know. Click on this or something. Who cares? Do whatever you want. Cracker Barrel did a rebrand. You guys hear about this? Who cares? I don't care about anything. I don't even care about living anymore, really. Oh, wait. My producer says, what's that? There is a reason to live. I haven't seen it. Anyway, let's look at the Cracker Barrel thing. It's stupid. Okay, this is actually kind of funny / interesting. He plays a clip here. This is an outrage. He plays a clip here it's like as weird as his segment. Is this from like the Today Show or whatever crap nobody watches? Let's watch this. Okay, here we go.
You know, trying to explain why they just mutilated the logo this way.
What if all the customers are coming at you hard enough about the look of the restaurant when they want to go back to the old way?
They can go straight. Yeah, I'll answer that for her. Yeah, as her lawyer, I'll answer that. They can all go straight to hell. Okay? Now we're getting the hell out of here and we're going to tear the set apart on our way out. Goddamn you to hell and damn everyone else to hell. Have a good night. Hey, you don't say have a good night. This is my show. No, I already said it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like what we're doing. I'll give you another soundbite. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and once every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members.
So the first question they ask is, how can I not smell like sausage anymore? The second after that is, can I get a raise? And then third, when can I get a remodel? And you know, I always tell them the same thing. I say,
cut your meat.
Feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So we're doing everything for our guests and our team members.
Me too. Yeah, wow. That's almost kind of shocking, you know, to see those like daytime TV shows. Today? Hey, what the hell's going on today? I think.
Yeah. Ben Shabibo, very upset about the Cracker Barrel rebrand. It's horrible. Almost as bad as the softcore pornography that is both the Sydney Sweeney ad and the Taylor Swift album cover. All right. Let me think. I mean, we've already gone over the time limit. The goal has not been finished. We only got 3 of 10 today. It's very sad. And what I got? Let me think. What do I got next here? Yeah. All right. Well. I'm trying to think. Do I keep going right now and hope? I have optimism for the future. Could we somehow complete the goal in the next however long it takes me to finish the rest of the content we have? How long? So we've been going 4 hours and almost 30 minutes. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, all that Cracker Barrel talk made me hungry for crackers, which I happen to have right now. I actually have some goldfish crackers. Those are good. Delicious. Delicious fishes. Okay. I think I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Just want to remind everybody that we're still technically short 7. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 super chats. And if we don't make at least some amount of progress in that at some point here in the near future, this stream could come to an abrupt end. All right, now yesterday we talked about some of the outrageous things Jillian Walters and others were saying about slavery and the choice of museums to discuss it. Let's do that again a little bit today. Hassan Piker.
Here it is also. This is about the Smithsonian Museum because it's too woke. Here's Lindsay Halligan, special assistant to the president, on Fox News, talking about the Smithsonian Museum being too woke.
So, like just about every other country in the world, the United States has got a checkered past. I mean, what should we do in terms of our museum? Should we ignore that? Should that be massaged in a certain way to make it less significant? Reality. I mean, some of the worst episodes in our history were formative experiences that led us to where we are today, and those typically are reflected in museums.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery as
slavery, I don't know. I'm just here to collect a paycheck. Like, look.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery is awful. No one thinks otherwise. But what I saw when I was going through the museums personally was an overemphasis on slavery, and I think there should be more of an overemphasis
We're so cooked.
on how far.
Like this.
I mean, the museum she's talking about.
She can't even put her.
The museum that she is talking about is the African American History Museum of the Smithsonian. It's a particular wing. It's not the entire museum. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Close on in the morning without supervision, and you're over here talking about how like we need to change the way that we educate people. There's too much focus on slavery.
Far we've come since slavery. Our country is a country of progress, and it's the greatest country in the world, and we should be able to take our kids, our students through the Smithsonian and feel.
Sorry, I have crackers in my
There's
mouth.
a lot of history to our country, both positive and negative, but we need to
God
keep
damn it,
moving
where's my
forward. We
mouse?
can't
God
focus
damn it.
on
I can
the
only
negative.
see
All
Hassan's mouse moving. There we go. Okay, all right. Hold on, look. There it is. The sign. No, further back. There it is. Blam. Smithsonian National Museum of African American History. And they're like, oh, okay, why are we talking about slavery at the African American History Museum? It's not fair.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Can we talk about something else, please?
Be able to take our kids, our students
Also,
through.
I can guarantee you that the current exhibits at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History includes things other than slavery. Just write that down.
The Smithsonian and feel proud when we leave. There's a lot of history to our country.
Oh my God.
Both positive and
I'm
negative,
sorry.
but we need to keep moving forward.
I'm sorry. This woman is ridiculous. I didn't even hear that the first time. She wants to personally feel proud when she leaves the Smithsonian Museum of African American History. You know, that's not there for you to be proud, I'm afraid. That is not the purpose of this museum, is to document history, not to make you feel good inside. You know, oh, she's triggered. She was triggered. I guess she entered the museum and then started melting immediately, like a little snowflake. Upon viewing actual history.
We can't just keep focusing on the negative. All it does is divide us, and we really need to unite the country and focus on all the positive as we approach America's 250th birthday.
All right. Well,
Oh, it's so bad, bro. Here's more. Here's more.
so what specifically, Lindsay, is going on at the Smithsonian that's got the president's back up here?
Well, I think it's common knowledge that our education system in general has been just indoctrinated.
Dude, I cannot believe that shit that initially started off as like right-wing gripes. Oh man, you know, things that like Christopher Rufo was trying to argue about in the Manhattan Institute, which is a right-wing think tank, are now official government policy. Oh, America's history hurts my white feelings, so we should change it. Everything here is so ridiculous. Like every aspect of this conversation is insane, dude. It's just a part of American history. What do you mean? The way that we are presenting it is already fairly whitewashed, okay? These institutions already have like a shield to preserve white people's feelings around these kinds of issues anyway. She literally said there's an overemphasis of slavery at the National Museum of African American History. Like, what the how did they get here, man? What do you mean? Like, that's profoundly important. That's it.
With political ideology and various ideological narratives. And the Smithsonian is really a version of education. It could be the foundation of our American education. And so I don't know if you, when you were young, you went to the Smithsonian museums as a kid on a class trip, but I did. And the Smithsonian is really supposed to be a trust instrument. And what's happened is it's become more of a platform upon which the curators and leadership at the Smithsonian can push ideological narratives. And we...
Wow. The museum curators, they're pushing ideological narratives like slavery existed. That's not fair.
That's too much, man!
Really want to help the Smithsonian be the gem, as you described that it is, and represent our nation properly and truthfully.
Oh God! Here's Michael's. This was like unimaginably racist a couple days ago. I didn't even cover it. People who speak like this should not be getting platformed on fucking CNN, man. What the hell? You know, this is not spirited discourse at this point. And Abby Phillips is black. She's the host of the show. This conversation was so insane, dude.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed?
Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about.
Okay.
He's
not whitewashing slavery.
He's not?
He's not. No,
okay.
He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact.
Yeah, no, it's wild. No, it's insane.
What the
Hassan's face when that happened. All right, no, okay,
Is she
okay.
doing the Jews transatlantic slave trade?
We already covered this insanity. What the hell is a trust instrument? It's a great question. It's a great question. I've never heard of that before. Maybe like a trust fall, right? Like you show up to the museum and then you just sort of fall over and hope that somebody nearby catches you. Or maybe the exhibits are supposed to catch you when you fall. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, the things that Jillian Michaels said were absolutely reprehensible. It was incredibly frustrating, honestly, having to listen to her. Because, like, the CNN part was bad. I don't think Hassan winds up watching the Her Take part of it. Maybe he does. But, because I actually haven't watched any of this yet. Not gonna lie. But, yeah, it doesn't look like it. But the Her Take portion of all this was fucking insane. The paths they went down over there were wild. Somehow even more diluted than what was said on CNN. I mean, they brought a black guy on to say the black degeneracy was actually the problem. That America was too accommodating of the supposed black degeneracy. And it's like, wow. Oh, that is rough. That is a rough fucking take right there. What is wrong with you people? All right. I lost my place just now. Okay. All right. Oh, let's go here. All right. We're going to switch topics now onto health-related situations. Now, I don't know how many people here in chat or that are just generally Galactic News watchers buy frozen shrimp. But hopefully you don't. Because in at least, I think it's 9 or 10 U.S. states, there is a recall on frozen shrimp of a number of different manufacturers or different brands of same I'm not sure if it's the manufacturer or the brand. But at this point, I would personally just sort of shy away from frozen shrimp entirely, as a recall has been issued for a massive amount of frozen shrimp, which has been possibly contaminated with radioactivity. That's right. Radioactive freaking shrimp. Joe 47771 with the sweet super sticker. Thank you, Joe. Much appreciated. That gets us up to 4.
Well, there's been another recall of bagged
10.
frozen shrimp because of possible radioactive contamination. The frozen raw and cooked shrimp manufactured by Southwind Foods was sold between July 17th and August 8th in 9 states, including Pennsylvania. So far, no illnesses have been reported. This comes just days after Walmart's Great Value brand bagged frozen shrimp was recalled for the very same reason.
Well, there you go, people. I would personally just avoid frozen shrimp. That's just me. You don't have to live the same life that I do.
I think we have a microphone back there. If we
please
pass
shut
around,
up,
sir,
Mr.
go
Vice
ahead.
President. Thank you. That's terrifying. I don't know exactly how this shrimp was irradiated, but it sounds bad. It does sound bad. I'd prefer not to glow just because of, you know, having dinner. Speaking of health, if you do get irradiated, you definitely might, you're going to want some health care. And unfortunately, thanks to the Republicans, it can be more difficult to get health care in the United States. It's going to be more expensive. And also people are going to get kicked off their health care as well, simultaneously. J.D. Vance was asked about the big, beautiful bill and the decision to take health care away from millions of people so that they could pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. J.D. Vance, Mr. Vice President, what is your answer?
Vice President, I'm Richard Elliott with WSB TV here in Atlanta. You've heard the criticism from Democrats that making the Trump tax cuts permanent comes at a cost to Medicare, SNAP benefits, and other things like that. How would you answer some of those criticisms by the Democrats?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that question. Look, there are a couple of responses to that criticism. First of all, the only people that we say should not get free government health care benefits are illegal aliens and those who refuse to try to even look for a job. It's very common sense. We
those
want
people.
And look,
okay. It's just lazy non-job wanters and undocumented immigrants, says J.D. Vance. Well, thanks, J.D. Oh, geez, I thought that we were going to have healthcare cuts across the country because actually, wait a second. Yep, that's actually exactly what's going to happen. People with jobs are going to lose their healthcare. And that's because the cuts don't see undocumentation or not. Cuts don't see whether or not you have a job or not, necessarily. If the money's not there, you get what I'm saying here? Because there's $1 trillion in cuts going to Medicaid. I'm sorry, I keep saying Medicare, but Medicaid. And it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad for people. And it's just the math ain't mathin'. And the fact is not only are people going to just lose their health care, there's going to be plenty of people who have health care who lose their access to healthcare facilities, doctors, hospitals, because those facilities are going to close due to lack of funding, due to the loss of all of the other people in your area who don't have health care now. That's how that works. Ooh, I just saw somebody donated on Cash App. Who was it just now? Mish. Thank you, Mish. That gets us to 6 of 10 on the goal. We are in overtime on that goal, big time right now. We're an hour 5 or something almost. Okay. Okay. Let's talk economics. What do you say? A little bit of economics, a little monetary policy. Federal Reserve Open Market Committee was having a meeting at Jackson Hole this week. A number of different Fed officials, board members, bank governors, all made comments like at this meeting in Jackson Hole, which is Wyoming. And today, Friday, that is, Fed Chair Jerome Powell also made a statement. Before we get to that, let's go here to fake economist Peter Navarro. Ron Vero. Dude who with no economics degree and no real grasp on reality. One of Donald Trump's top economic advisors had some stuff to say about Fed Chair Powell. This was on Thursday.
Crude oil from Russia. Why have they been?
We have 50%. We have 50% tariffs on China already. So.
Right, but they have
yes,
been
ma'am.
given a secondary
Yes, ma'am.
tariff.
Yes, ma'am.
You alluded to Chairman Powell giving a big speech tomorrow in Jackson Hole.
Yeah, who are you with? Just right now.
Betsy Klein with CNN.
CNN, okay.
What is the White House hoping to hear from that speech tomorrow?
Hope is not a strategy.
That's
okay?
very funny.
We don't
That's very
hope
funny to
anything
Pete.
with Jay Powell. He's a lost cause. But I said repeatedly that the best thing that can happen is that the other members of the Board of Governors get religion on this. I said that
Get
before the last
religion
meeting,
on this.
and sure enough, 2 of them.
Nowhere should religion play into this. Of course, I don't think that's necessarily. I think that's not what that means. But it's wild. They gotta have a coming to God moment on interest rates. Okay.
The Senate for the first time since the 1990s. We'll get Steve Mirren in there. He'll be a strong voice. And look, we got to stop this partisan crap. Okay?
Oh, it's partisan.
This is about America. This is about the American people, about workers, about business. People, it's just, we got to do that. And whether it's the lawfare aspects of this, where we're partisan, just
The lawfare? What are you talking about? Whether it's the lawfare of it. The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with the law, stupid. But apparently, according to Peter Navarro. Now, if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, Ron Vero is Peter Navarro's, what's it called? Pen name. There's another word for that. His fake name that he wrote economics books under, and then sold on Amazon, which then Donald Trump Jr. found in 2015 or 2016, and then reached out to he reached out to Ron Vero, who turned out to be Peter Navarro, who then eventually became Donald Trump's economic advisor. And like I said, doesn't have an economics degree, and is saying a bunch of very strange things here, like that not lowering interest rates is somehow political. Also, thank you, Sasha G, for the sweet galactic membership gifted. Good for Gabby. Much appreciated. I guess it's a 4.5. 4.5. Right? Yeah. 4.5, 5? Wait. Actually, that gets us to 5. There was also a half one earlier that I almost forgot about. There was a membership gifted. Right, there's 2. Yeah. That's 5. 5 of 10. Wait. No. 4, 5, 6. 6 of 10. 6 of 10. It's 6 of 10 because there was a super sticker. That's right, Joe4771 with a sweet, sweet super sticker. It's just not getting counted in the goal. Sneaky super sticker. Now we're only 4 away from completing a goal. Making some progress. See, you know what? Like, maybe being optimistic sometimes, not such a bad plan. I was very skeptical at the end of the goal timer, but you know what? Starting to think it was a good choice. All right, let's go here to the Associated Press. Earlier today, Jerome Powell making his speech, end of week speech here, the middle of the mountains of Wyoming.
Great deal from its post-pandemic highs. At the same time, the balance of risks appears to be shifting. In my remarks today, I will first address the current economic situation and the near-term outlook for monetary policy. I will then turn to the results of our second public review of our monetary policy framework as captured in the revised Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective.
Okay, thank you, Jerome. We do not have time for this. I actually listened to part of this earlier this morning, and it is incredibly boring. And Jerome says a bunch of stuff that is almost nearly meaningless, but basically said that they changed the wording of a particular sentence in their report than last month, and they have been aware of the labor market changes, but that those labor market changes were not yet substantial or systemic enough yet to be at all determinative. And blah de blah 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 blah. And it was great, and nothing happened. Okay. Soul Life would donate, but Uber is $40 one way, and used cars start at $20,000 now. That's rough. It's rough. It's rough out there. I get it, Soul Life. And times is tough out there. It's true. It is true. All things getting tariffs, lumber, Canadian lumber, metal, like steel and aluminum, country-based tariffs, and all sorts of other stuff, making things more expensive. Speaking of that, CNN 3 days ago, Home Depot saying that it's going to be raising prices thanks to Donald Trump's tariffs.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Higher prices at Home Depot. Until now, America's largest home improvement retailer had offered limited guidance on the impact of tariffs. However, the company's CFO told CNN that some of its prices could be going up because of the cost of the Trump administration's taxes on imports. For more, we're joined now by CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Tell us more about this, Vanessa.
Yeah, well, America's largest home improvement retailer cannot escape tariffs. As you mentioned a few months ago, they really were waiting and seeing, not really commenting on how tariffs might affect prices. But now we know they are going to have to raise prices on some of their inventory. Here is Billy Bastick. He's the executive vice president of merchandising. He spoke just moments ago on the earnings call about raising prices. Take a listen.
Some of the imported goods, obviously tariff rates are significantly higher today than they were when we spoke in May. So as you'd expect, there'll be some modest price movement in some categories, but it won't be broad-based.
And so here's a state of Home Depot's inventory right now. Less than 50% of the inventory they get from abroad. Some of the majority they're getting from right here in the United States. But for a while now, the company has been aiming to diversify their supply chain so that one single country only produces up to about 10% of the inventory. That really helps move the supply chain around for the company. But look at Home Depot's stock price, up almost 4.5% right now. And that is because despite tariffs impacting prices, the company went ahead with their full year guidance. They didn't make any changes to that. In Home Depot's stock price, there's been real...
Okay, we don't need all that. But yeah. In the future, Home Depot is projecting that it's going to be raising prices.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Not on all items, but on many items. As some 40% of their stuff is made outside of the United States.
Hundreds of everyday household items are about to get a lot more expensive thanks to President Trump's trade war and specifically the steel and aluminum tariffs. The tariffs were initially only expected to hit raw materials, but now they include goods containing steel and aluminum. CNN's Matt Egan has this for us. What is going on and what should people be expecting?
Well, Kate, this is a big deal, right? Even as inflation is heating up, the Trump administration is quietly making it even more expensive to import hundreds of items that all of us would see on store shelves. So this is a major expansion of those 50% steel and aluminum tariffs. Previously, those tariffs shielded items that just simply contained steel and aluminum. Not anymore. Starting this week, those 50% tariffs apply to the steel and aluminum content on many items, right? This impacts more than 400 product categories, right? And some of these are household items, right? Everything from butter knives and baby strollers to even canned deodorant, furniture as well. A whole bunch of household items impacted and some industrial items too. Look at this, cranes, bulldozers, turbines, rail.
Yeah, no, this is fucking idiotic and completely incoherent. We talked about this yesterday, but, you know, it's the week ending report, so I like to throw in some repeat stuff from earlier in the week like this, just to remind us of things that have been happening this week, because we are so flooded with information all week. I think sometimes it's important to just sort of reiterate things, but just look how incoherent this is. The Trump administration claims they are pro-family. Meanwhile, they're breaking up families and they're tariffing baby strollers intentionally. They made a list. This is not like happenstance. This is intentional. It's like, oh, baby strollers, cranes, bulldozers. Like, and by the way, they want to do all of this manufacturing stuff supposedly in the United States. How do you figure they're going to build the plants? Cranes, probably important. Bulldozers, also pretty important. I mean, things like wind turbines, rail cars, it makes sense. They don't give a shit about infrastructure, and certainly not energy efficient infrastructure. Fire extinguishers, of course, is just idiotic. Just makes America less safe. Malsa, make America less safe again. Malsa, everybody. Malsa, Malsa, Malsa. Now, one thing which many of us depend on in our lives, caffeine. I know that I need my caffeine. Although I don't drink as much coffee as some people, that's for sure. Mostly tea. But, I do enjoy coffee. And unfortunately for us, the largest supplier of coffee to the United States is being hit with a 50% tariff. And by being hit, I mean we are the ones who are being hit with that tariff. So let's talk about that really quickly. Of course, I'm talking about Brazil.
For decades, coffee imports entered the United States largely duty-free, but now some of America's top trading partners are facing double-digit tariffs on their imports, including coffee. That's true of Brazil, the largest supplier of coffee to the United States. Its exports now face a 50% tariff into America. It's straining an industry that provides more than 1 million jobs in the US, and it's poised to strain prices too. Our North America business correspondent Erin Delmore has been hearing from him.
And this is insane. We don't need the whole thing. I just figured I'd remind you all of that. That our number one coffee supplier, Brazil, is being hit with a 50% tariff by Donald Trump because Jair Bolsonaro is being investigated by the Brazilian government for a coup that he did earlier in 2022. Which, yeah, he definitely seems to have been involved in, almost just intrinsically involved. But this is going to make people's coffee beverages and coffee products in general much more expensive. I mean, just imagine it right now. You go to Dunkin' Donuts, instead of paying whatever it is for a coffee there right now, $5 or something like that, I think. Now you're paying $7.50. Starbucks, even more expensive, Goodbye, coffee. We are going to win so much. You're going to be sick of it. I am actually sick of winning at this point. Let's talk about another business which is being hard hit by the tariffs. The black beauty business.
I understand that tariffs are designed to protect U.S. businesses, and that's important. But when you start creating policies
the Trump
like this,
tariffs aren't
and you're not
designed that
consulting
way.
with
Unfortunately, I mean, in some ways, she's right. Usually, tariffs are supposed to be designed to help American businesses, but the Trump tariffs are certainly not. They're not even designed. They are haphazardly decided by a delusional madman.
But when you start creating policies like this and you're not consulting with professionals in the beauty industry, especially black professionals, it creates a gap. So now we're being impacted at every level.
Earlier this summer, Deja Blackshear Calloway began to realize that her usual clients weren't coming in as frequently as before. Her salon, Hair Freak Beauty, offers services ranging from $50 natural styles to $745 tape-in weave extensions. But the price of hair extensions and the glue used to craft wigs and weaves have skyrocketed. Why? Well, most black beauty products are made in China and Vietnam, and the two countries have been hit by U.S. President Donald Trump's series of tariffs. Here's an example. A package of synthetic hair imported from Vietnam has gone up $100 to $290 since May. And another, a bottle of hair glue ordered from China has nearly doubled in price at the local supply store.
That's really affecting my bottom line. And when you start having these type of issues happening, I'm either having to eat that cost or pass that expense along to my clients, which affects their budgets and their pockets as well.
To avoid asking her customers to pay more, she started encouraging them to bring in their own hair instead. A quick weave service with client-brought hair is $140 rather than $400. But the problem isn't just the cost of supplies. She's also struggling to even get a hold of her products. Her wholesaler is delaying shipments as the tariff rates fluctuate. There's more than just tariffs at play here, too. Experts say the hikes are impacting Black business owners more than others, especially those in low-margin businesses like these. That's because Black entrepreneurs often start off with fewer funds. As the tariffs eat into their bottom lines, that wealth gap makes them even more financially vulnerable, they say.
When you raise the cost like this, it's like a tax that you're imposing on business.
Sina Golara is an assistant professor of supply chains and operations management at Georgia State University.
And in some cases, it could be borne by the foreign manufacturer, but in most cases, it will also have quite substantial impacts on the domestic buyers and consumers.
Khadija Doso owns Doso Beauty and the Doso Hair Salon in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, we knew this whole time intrinsically that the tariffs were going to hit marginalized communities more than it was going to the other communities. And this is, absolutely one of the, I mean, the fact is, hair for, my brain just broke. Like what do you call it? Like hair extensions and all these things usually come from Southeast Asia. That's where they've been coming for years, decades. And like I know a lot of women who use these in their hair, and it's kind of is a big thing. People spend a lot of money on this if you can't tell. So starting from 75 going up to hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's a big investment, but a lot of people take it really seriously. But not only is it hitting the businesses, but the tariffs are also hitting the customers too, right? People are cutting back on expenditures, right? And focusing more on their immediate needs right now because of all the uncertainty in the U.S. economy right now.
That people are having a really hard time right now financially. And so it makes it difficult for them.
She waited over a month to get $50,000 worth of braiding hair made in China after Trump announced 145% tariffs on the country over confusion over which tariff should apply. Another salon owner told us she had to hike her prices by 20%, has laid off 4 employees, and is working 16-hour days to compensate. Sales of beauty products are normally pretty resilient when the economy takes a downward turn. But beauty services are often seen as optional, experts say. Black U.S. consumers spent about $2.29 billion on hair care products in 2022, a Nielsen IQ study showed. But higher prices are causing some Black women to visit the salon less frequently. One told Reuters she usually goes at least 5 times a year. So far this year, she's been once.
Damn.
And beauty supply stores are also feeling the pinch.
This is a brand, it's called Utri. This is Afro Springy Twist.
Until earlier this year, Dionne Maxwell was selling wigs, braiding hair, and shampoos out of her mini beauty supply store 30 miles outside of Atlanta. But she had to shut it down after seeing fewer customers in May. Now she works from home.
Damn, those people with those bigger stores.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Oh God! But 5 times a year down to 1 in 8 months. Jeez. All right. While we're talking economics, let's talk about the economics of Donald Trump and how he has monetized the U.S. presidency.
Illegal.
We actually talked about this a little earlier. I think it was Wednesday? Can't remember what day it was that we did this. We talked about this. A New Yorker journalist attempted and successfully, it would seem, put together the financials on Donald Trump, specifically as to how much Donald Trump is monetizing the presidency for himself.
For months, I've been reading articles and commentary about how much President Donald Trump and his family are enriching themselves off of the presidency. I'm David Kirkpatrick. I'm a staff writer for the New Yorker magazine. No one I talked to could put a figure on it. No one could tell me just how much he'd made. And at the same time, I was increasingly puzzled that more people didn't seem to care, that the public more or less was shrugging at the way the Trump family was monetizing the presidency. So I set out to try to come up with a number, to try to count for myself how much money the Trump family was making more or less off the presidency, money that in some way depended on his status as president. The problem of a potential conflict of interest posed for President Trump because of his business interests has been there from the beginning. Around the time that he began preparing to run for office, around 2015, The Apprentice was well off the air. The Celebrity Apprentice, its kind of gimmicky successor, was also dwindling in the ratings.
Donald,
come here! There's some evidence to suggest that he needed something new to keep his name in the public eye. As part of the backlash against him, a number of people brought lawsuits. He now owes $500 million or so to the state of New York because of their fraud case against him.
We did nothing wrong. There were no victims. The bank loves us. The bank tested.
And he owes
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Now,
Carroll,
actually,
the writer who sued him for defamation and sexual assault years ago. So arguably.
Now, supposedly a judge, I heard this, and actually we didn't even cover this because I didn't look into it. Oh, God, there's just been so much happening. Every single day I put my mouth up to the fire hose of news that is spraying out of my phone. And there's always like one or two things that I'm just like, oh, God, I forgot. I wanted to cover that, and I didn't do it. I didn't have time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, my God. And then the night, like, I'm trying to think about, like, trying to do it the next week, and I need to look into that. But apparently, I think one of those lawsuits may have been not dropped. The court had what's it called? Like struck down the judgment. I can't remember which one it was. If it was the Jean Carroll one or if it was the other one. But oh God. But I think this was filmed before that happened. I mean, I'm assuming so.
He was really in kind of a tight place when he went into the presidency the first time, and a much tighter place the next time. I was personally astonished to see just how much his financial position has improved just 6 months after he came back into the White House. The obvious place to start was Mar-a-Lago. Trump is the first president to sell access to himself and his inner circle for personal profits. That is, this is a private club that people pay to join, and what they get is a chance to mingle with Trump and his friends. Before he first won election, the initiation fee to join the club was $100,000. As of last fall, it was poised to go up to $1 million. Doing a little bit of math based on the revenue he's disclosed on his personal financial disclosure forms and the costs over time, I concluded that he had made about $125 million in extra profits in Mar-a-Lago because of his presidencies. After that, I looked at his campaign fundraising. Now, campaign fundraising is generally a whole different thing. Laws restrict candidates or politicians from using that money for personal purposes. In Trump's case, those boundaries are a little bit fuzzier. For one thing, he quite conspicuously sells what looks like campaign merchandise through his personal online store. If you're a Trump supporter, you might really believe you're supporting the MAGA movement and its causes when you buy this stuff, but in fact...
Oh my God, isn't that illegal?
Illegal?
It's a crime, isn't it? Wait, hold on. He's intentionally obscuring whether or not you're contributing to a political action committee or something like that, or a campaign, versus like instead of yourself. Like, that sounds like a crime. I think that's a crime. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that is not legal.
Illegal.
The money is actually going to the Trump Organization and to Donald Trump. We're talking about things like A Gulf of America baseball hat, $50. A pair of Trump beer koozies, $18. Trump flip-flops, $40. In the last year, he's actually branched out from selling the merchandise through the store to a couple of special lines of products, and that includes $2.8 million from Trump watches, $2.5 million from, quote, sneakers and fragrances, and $3 million from an illustrated book called Save America, as well as $1.3 million from the God Bless USA Bible. So all.
I'm sorry, my man. Hold on. Hold the phone. I'm sorry. What the fuck is this? Can you see? Can everybody see this? Oh, where am I? Why can't I see myself here? Oh, there you are. Look, can everybody see what I'm looking at? I'm almost obscuring it. Look at the cup. Look at the freaking cup. Can you see it? It says natural soy candle. Trump is selling soy candles. Oh, get your MAGA soy candles. For all the soy beta cucks.
That came to $27.7 million. In some ways, this is almost like a fashion designer setting up a table in front of a department store to sell knockoffs of their own goods at the expense of their shareholders. So that came to about more than $17 million in income over the last several years. Now, on top of that, there's another way that Trump has found, and that is his legal fees. A political campaign fund for a candidate can't spend money on personal legal fees. But he discovered that if he converted a campaign fund into a political action committee, it could. And he's used his political action committee to cover more than $100 million in personal legal fees. So all in all, I'm going to call that a total of about $127.7 million in enrichment through those campaign funds, either in merch or legal fees. Next, I looked at the DC Hotel, the Trump International Hotel in Washington, which during his first term was really the biggest subject of allegations of corruption or financial enrichment.
This is the most coveted piece of real estate in Washington, D.C., the best location.
What I found there was, all in all, those allegations were overblown. Really, in retrospect, it looks like the Trump Association drove away as many people as it attracted. As much as some people might have gone there to show their support for Trump, an equal number of people probably stayed away because they didn't want to get caught up in an influence scandal or they didn't like the president. It now turns out that after Trump sold the hotel, it's ultimately done better as a Waldorf Astoria. So I concluded that spending at his hotels by government agencies or by influence seekers looking to curry favor probably came out to be a wash. The amount of money he made from that is probably zero. Next, I turn to the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf has been a key locus for a lot of the Trump money-making. In retrospect, the Persian Gulf always posed a kind of ethical challenge and financial opportunity.
Do you think Biden would be doing it? I don't think so.
The first member of the Trump family who seems to have taken advantage of this was Jared Kushner, who was Trump's Middle East envoy in his first term. Shortly after Trump left the White House in 2021, Jared Kushner was back over in Saudi Arabia soliciting investments for a new private equity firm he'd founded, Affinity Partners. The Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, the public investment fund, has a panel of esteemed experts that it calls on to give advice about new investments. They said unanimously that he had no experience in private equity, no track record. They were overruled. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, decided to go ahead anyway. And so the Saudis put in $2 billion. Kushner continued to raise money almost exclusively from foreign sources. By the end of last year, he had brought in a total of $4.8 billion in assets under management. Quite a bit of that also from the United Arab Emirates and the Qataris. Just from management fees, he would earn the equivalent right now of $320 million over the next 10 years. Then I turn to some of the real estate deals the Trump family has recently done in the Persian Gulf. Despite a lot of effort over the years, the Trumps had only managed to land one deal in the high-dollar Persian Gulf. There's a golf course in Dubai that pays the Trumps to license their name and a management fee. And that's been very lucrative for them over the years. Now, they signed that deal before he first went into the White House, so I'm not going to count that, but it provided a sort of benchmark to try to figure out what he'd made from some of the other deals. And in the last couple years, those have come hot and heavy. In late 2022, after Trump was already pretty much the presumptive Republican presidential nominee, he signed an anomalous new deal with a Saudi company called Dar Al Arkan to build a vast new project in Oman, in Muscat. And that was followed, after he was elected, by no fewer than 4 other deals with the same Saudi company in Dubai, Jeddah, Riyadh, and Doha. Some of those are 10-year deals, some of those are 30-year deals, but I calculated that the present value of all that money comes out to $105.8 million.
Jesus Christ.
A lot of attention has been paid to Trump's announcement.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I already did earlier, and it is fucking insane. Let's just scoot towards the end here. It's like, the fact that it takes 22 minutes to, like, it literally, this video is 21 and a half minutes long. For it to take 22 minutes to go through all of the financial enrichment that the Trump family has, you know, managed to curry for themselves, or, you know, whatever. It's fucking insane. It's insane. How does it take 20 minutes? How is it as long as an episode of Scandal, or I don't know, actually I think Scandal's a 40-minute show. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. How does it take that long?
Deal was announced, another Emirati entity, a foundation, kind of a shadowy foundation, called Aqua One that no one knows much about, also announced that it was going to spend $100 million buying World Liberty Governance or voting tokens. 75% of that goes to the Trumps. So all in all, that's $243 million in crypto money that the Trump family has made from the United Arab Emirates. What is now known as American Bitcoin started out as a partnership between the Trump brothers and a small securities firm called Dominari. Dominari and the Trump brothers set up a joint venture that was going to invest in data centers. It was going to be owned 1/3 by Dominari, 2/3 by the Trump family. About a month after they announced it, however, it took a different turn. This Bitcoin mining company, Hut 8, contributed $100 million of equipment to this joint venture that the Trumps had set up with Dominari. In exchange, Hut 8 is going to own 80% of the venture. Since the Trump brothers had 2/3 of that joint venture, they now have about 13% of the new company. So the Trumps, through this complicated transaction, have come away with an ownership interest equivalent to about $13 million in Bitcoin mining machinery. In the last few months, the company that owns Truth Social has done something very different and totally unrelated to social media. Trump Media and Technology Group has decided to go into the crypto business, mainly by selling stock at an inflated meme coin-like price just because of their association with the presidency.
It's really happening. Bitcoin is really happening. Crypto generally.
The company has capitalized on the irrationally or unusually high price of its shares to sell stock in order to raise money. And with that money, they've gone out and bought Bitcoin. Trump Media Technology Group now holds about $760 million in cash, and on top of that, about $2.3 or $2.4 billion in Bitcoin. Trump now holds about a 42% stake in Trump Media and Technology Group. I'm going to say that 42% stake in the company gives him about a 42% ownership interest in its pile of Bitcoin and cash. After all, the company could feasibly just sell all of that and dividend the money to shareholders. If they did, that would bring President Trump about $1.3 billion. The Trump family's last crypto business is really remarkable. 8 years after the family first said that it would never do anything even perceived as exploiting the presidency, I think this new venture has distilled that exploitation to its purest possible form. What they've sold is known as a meme coin. That is a form of crypto, a form of cryptocurrency that doesn't even really purport to be anything more than a novelty or a gimmick or a kind of online joke. It's just sold as a bit of fun. In this case, the fun of paying money to President Donald Trump. After introducing the meme coin shortly before the inauguration, Trump came forward again in April and announced that in fact he was going to host a private dinner for the top 220 holders of his meme coin, re-incentivizing people to go out and buy as much as they can. And I was there to try to watch the attendees come and go. By that time, we estimate that the revenue that he'd brought in through sales of the meme coin, some trading fees, and another meme coin sold by his wife had come to at least $385 million. I've tried to give the president the benefit of the doubt at every turn. I've used present value calculations so that I'm not counting money he's going to earn in 30 years as money he's earned today. And I've tried to come up with a baseline, so in all likelihood, he's actually going to earn a lot more than this. I asked myself, why does it matter? You know, a lot of this stuff is publicly disclosed. He doesn't make any secret of his money making. In some ways, the people that he's squeezing the most out of are his own supporters. Adding it all up, I come to about $3.4 billion. The thing that stands out after tallying up all this money is just the almost desperate eagerness. It's as though the Trump family really is not missing any opportunity to make as much money as they can.
Yeah, it's utterly insane. The fact that none of them care, no, they really don't. I mean, none of these Trump supporters care that he's enriching himself, what I can tell. And those same people were screaming for how many years exactly? When did the Burisma thing start? 21, for 4 freaking years or longer. Wait, how long? We actually, was it further back? Wait, hold on. $2020. Okay, it was in the fall of 2020. It was during the election. So, you know, they were literally losing their minds over Hunter Biden having made $250,000 from working at Burisma or something. And then you have Donald Trump making $3.4 billion. Not thousand, not million, billion. And they're like, no big deal. Same, it's totally fine. It is wild. It is a wild level of hypocrisy that I did not think I would ever see. I really didn't. I mean, it really have come a long way, haven't we? All right, we have gone for 5.5 hours. We've only gotten 6 of the 10 necessary chats or super stickers or Cash App or PayPal donations that we needed to ensure that we get all of the sweet content here tonight. And I'm trying to think, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to go here. If we're not going to complete the goal tonight. Usually I try and give you extra time. We're already an hour and a half past it. All right, let's do a little. I'm going to continue being optimistic. Last time it worked. Let's move to environmental talkings. But yeah, I don't know if you got a couple bucks on Cash App or PayPal, or wherever else, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Also, I just realized something. I did not update something. I should have changed this, because 2 of the donations came in on either Cash App or PayPal, and so the galactic deficit is now, we are now up to 145 of 375. We're getting closer and closer to that. Actually, wait. Right? Yeah. That was right. Okay. Let's go here. You know, we've been talking about this fire now for at least a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. There's been a fire burning in sort of central Washington state called the Bear Gulch fire, and that fire is still burning and causing air quality problems for residents nearby.
Around here, they've been dealing with the Bear Gulch fire. The team overseeing this firefight held a town hall just to keep everybody updated. Some of the people who showed up told me that helped put them at ease, but they also know they'll be dealing with this for a while. For nearly 2 months, this wildfire has slowly spread. As of Thursday, it's more than 8,000 acres and is just 11% contained. But so far, no structures have been damaged, and evacuations have been kept to a relatively small area toward the north half of Lake Cushman. But the concerns are widespread.
We have watched the fire from the first night at 10:30 until now. It's been really scary at the north end of the lake.
The multi-agency group overseeing the firefighting efforts gave an update at a town hall at the Hoodsport Fire Station.
The antidote to trauma is agency. And so what we're trying to do here is give people agency, help them understand what's going on.
In short, it's a complicated battle because of the steep, densely forested terrain. The size of the fire makes an aerial attack harder, and it's dangerous for ground crews to be in the thick of it.
We are ready to pack up and go. We could be out hour, whatever.
Mark Firmadal and Joyce Mallory haven't been forced out yet, but they're ready and worried.
Sun's red. Not clear, you know. And sometimes at night you go, well, the sky is pretty darn red, too.
You might say I have a smoke every morning and my eyes burn when I read a book, but I feel like I might as well come and find out what's happening.
But hearing...
Well, there you go. Residents of Central Washington trying to deal with this looming situation. And Washington State is not the only state that is on fire. And let's go down to California. Before we talk about the fires that are in California, let's talk about how freaking hot it is in California. Here's KTLA5.
So the weather tonight, SoCal getting scorched by the...
From yesterday, heat wave triggers warnings. I've always loved this building up here. It's just so cool looking.
Dangerous heat wave of the summer season, and things are not cooling off much at night. A live look over Hollywood tonight, where it's still in the high 70s. The dangerous conditions triggering red flag and extreme heat warnings across the region.
We have live team coverage. KTLA's Lindsay Pena is in Calabasas, but first let's go to meteorologist Vera Jimenez with the latest on how long this extreme heat will last. Vera.
Well, unfortunately, Cher, it is going to last at least through the weekend. Even though these are set to expire Saturday at 9 p.m., it is still going to remain hot even once these are lifted. The only thing that has changed has been the time. We still have the heat advisories and the excessive heat warnings in the same locations. The territory has not expanded, but the time has. Now these are going to be with us until Saturday at 9 p.m. and that will be both for the advisory and for the heat warning. We were looking at the possibility of record heat this afternoon, but we didn't get any here. We did get some in San Diego County in 3 different locations there, but nothing for Los Angeles County or anywhere within our viewing areas. But we did have some pretty hot temperatures this afternoon. In Long Beach, for example, 93 degrees. Woodland Hills hit 109, Yorba Linda 102, and in San Bernardino, we're looking at 106 for a daytime high. Tomorrow's temperatures are still going to be well above average. In some areas, we are going to see them go up a little bit. In others,
that is very hot.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
All right, let's go here. Ron 4. Bay Area fast-moving picket fire rips through 1,045 acres in Napa County.
Crews are going to be working through the night to get a handle on the massive picket fire burning in wine country. Thanks for joining us for Crown 4 News at 10. I'm Dan Thorne.
And I'm Noelle Bello. The wildfire's burning right near Calistoga in Napa County. Since it broke out this afternoon, flames have scorched through more than 1,000 acres. The fire is sitting at 0% containment tonight. Emergency evacuation orders were issued for that rural Napa County area. Crosswalk Church in Napa, which is located on First Street, has opened its doors to anyone needing shelter tonight. CAL FIRE crews say 3 helicopters will continue to work overnight, along with crews on the ground to try and get those flames under control.
We begin with breaking news out of Napa Valley. Firefighters racing to put a fast-moving fire near Calistoga out.
Yeah, you can see the intense flames right there. It started this afternoon, but about a mile above the Silverado Trail and the Four Seasons Resort. This prompted evacuations. It went from 60 acres to 1,200 acres within hours. And there is 0% containment as we head into the overnight hours now. Let's bring in NBC's Pete Serratos in Calistoga near the fire line. Pete, we can see the flames behind you. What's the latest, and is there a threat to the community there?
Yeah, Raj, we can actually still hear these helicopters overhead as we stand here along the Silverado Trail, where that picket fire continues to burn in the deep, rugged terrain. And that terrain could really be a big issue for fire crews battling this fire moving forward. Gael and his family are closely monitoring the picket fire along the Silverado Trail, knowing there's always a possibility that they could evacuate at any moment.
Once you see it, you pack bags to get ready in case you get evacuated.
And in downtown Calistoga, business owners say that fires during this time of year have become the norm.
It's a mix of both, obviously, fear, but at the same time, unfortunately, we've gotten kind of used to this every summer.
CAL FIRE officials saying that the picket fire is burning just north of Calistoga, reaching
Okay. Let's go to the latest one I have on the picket fire here. This is Crown 4 again. 17 hours ago.
Let's get to the latest in our wildfire coverage. The fire that's burning this morning in Calistoga, it really exploded overnight.
Firefighters are working to try to get the picket fire under control. Crown 4's Joey Horta live in Calistoga with the latest on that.
Joey.
And guys, the latest update on this fire, it is now over 2,100 acres in size, according to CAL FIRE. They have been working out here all throughout the night to try to get the upper hand, but so far, despite their efforts, zero containment. Let me show you the map of where exactly this fire is at this morning. It's burning in Napa County. It's northwest of Calistoga at this point. This is in a very mountainous area, steep terrain. Crews dealing with that, along with the heat and temperatures reaching the 90s yesterday, and more of that today. Evacuation.
Damn. So that practically doubled in size in 24 hours. It's a pretty fast pace. The Lee Fire is one of the top 5 fires in Colorado history. Yes, it is. We've talked about the Lee Fire like half a dozen times now. Probably talk about it again tomorrow. I don't have any new updates on the Lee Fire right now.
Orders and warnings are in effect surrounding the fire zone. Right now, more than a dozen wineries, it looks like here, either under an order or a warning to be ready to evacuate. So let's get the latest. We have Tyree Zander from CAL FIRE here joining us live now. And Tyree, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. And what are the latest conditions you guys are dealing with up there on the hill?
Yeah, good morning. So overnight, we had aerial resources flying over the aircraft, helping with our night flying helicopters. We also had dozers working on trying to strengthen some of our dozer lines that have been put in place over previous.
Well, there we go. CAL FIRE firefighters doing everything they can to push back this fire in Napa Valley. Now, somebody just mentioned Colorado in chat. Let's go to Colorado, because not only is the leaf fire burning, there is a drought, which is getting worse and worse every day in the state of Colorado. Here's CBS Colorado from yesterday. Why won't it? I want to go to the next video. There we go.
Thanks for joining us on our streaming service for your first alert drought forecast. I'm meteorologist Callie Zanandri. New data released Thursday from the U.S. Drought Monitor shows that drought conditions are worsening across Colorado, driven by persistent heat and lack of meaningful rainfall. Exceptional drought, the highest level of drought, remains unchanged, but still impacts just over 7% of the state, mainly in western Colorado. This includes nearly all of Garfield County and a large portion of Rio Blanco County, the same areas where some of the state's largest wildfires are currently burning. Meanwhile, drought jumped by over 8% this week, and severe drought increased by about 2%. We also saw significant expansion of moderate drought and
There we go. Much of Colorado experiencing very dry August right now. Massive areas in periods of exceptional drought. When that scale goes from dry to moderate to severe to extreme, and finally exceptional drought. It's quite a sliding scale there. But Colorado seems to be experiencing every single level of that scale. All right. Let's go down to Miami. CBS Miami. Where in the Everglades, a fire is still burning. We talked about this one yesterday. Got a couple of updates for you on this fire. Whoops.
Also now at 11, a wildfire continues burning through the Everglades west of Broward. Now, to put this into perspective, the Florida Forest Service says the fire is nearly twice the size of Disney World.
CBS News Miami's Steve Majiri joins us from the Everglades with a reaction to the fires.
You can still smell this fire, you can still feel it, and you can even still see it despite it being dark out. I'll step out so you can see what's going on behind us here. There are still these areas that are still on fire out there in the Everglades. The crews have been trying to get under control all day here.
You can kind of see it.
Even though crews were dumping water onto this fire, that was still causing smoke to go into the air, causing ash to fall. And forest officials say there's more work to be done since the fire is only about 10% contained.
It looks like it grows bigger and bigger.
Angelina Derrida is visiting Florida from the Netherlands. She says this is the first wildfire she's driven through.
I never saw it before over here. Fire like this. It's pretty intense.
She tells me she's heading up north to Pompano Beach, and she's hoping the smoke doesn't follow her family there. Broward County officials say the air quality is moderate, so those sensitive to particles in the air should limit their time outside. Concerned about the breathability of it?
If it got bigger than this, yeah.
Crews are still dousing the flames.
Yeah, so this fire's been going on for a few days, doubling in size overnight. In what is basically one of North America's biggest wetlands. Weird. It's weird. Saying that sentence. Massive fire in America's biggest wetland. But that is in fact what's happening. One more on this fire here. CBS Miami from 19 hours ago. Florida Forest Service crews issuing heavy equipment to battle the Everglades wildfire.
And happening now for a third day, wildfires continue to burn out of control in the Everglades, which is west of Broward County. I want to give you some live pictures you see right now along Alligator Alley. Looking northwest, you can still see the glow of these fires. Well, it burned through an area nearly twice the size of Disney World, if that gives you some perspective. And it is only about 10% contained, according to the Florida Forest Service. Now, crews did dump water onto hotspots Thursday as smoke billowed into the air and ash continued to fall. People, in fact, found ash particles on their cars. But experts say you should be more worried about the particles that you cannot see. And wind direction will dictate how dangerous this air is for all of us.
When we are getting winds out of the west, we tend to see that the particle pollution is higher because of the wildfires. When we start getting our easterly winds, which is normal for Broward County, we start seeing the levels go down.
Forest officials say the fire is not impacting anyone's property. That's the good news. Also, no injuries have been reported. Fire officials say that fire will likely burn itself out.
Oh yeah, it's already burned 45,000 acres, so that's not great. Hopefully it burns itself out. How long it's going to take and, for that to happen? Excuse me, ma'am, I am talking. Yeah, right. It's already burned 45,000 acres. Who knows how long it's going to take for it to burn itself out and how much is going to get burned down in the process, but here we go, 10%, only 10% contained and continuing to grow very fast. And at the rate it's been growing, you can see it get much, much bigger before it puts itself out. Why is Disney World a measure of area? That's a fair, it's a Floridian, it's CVS Miami. They're using Florida-based measurements, okay? Although that is a pretty big size, not gonna lie. They've got what, like 4 parks and a bunch of resorts and all sorts of other sorts of property around there. I mean, it's big. It's a big area. So for 2 Disney Worlds, did they say? 2 Disney Worlds? Yeah, that's pretty big. All right, I think I might end this at 6 hours in because we still haven't completed the goal, and it's like it's already getting pretty early, and maybe I should just get ready for the Saturn Day stream. I'm starting to think we're still at 6 of 10 on the goal. So if anyone is particularly attached to having the stream continue tonight, consider contributing. We're going to stay in Florida on the next video. It's a PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. Apparently, Florida is getting hit hard in some sectors of business, some industries, due to federal funding cuts.
The eye of Hurricane Erin.
Jesus Christ, stop doing this.
This season's first passed about 450 miles east of Florida yesterday as it continued moving north in the Atlantic. But the storm, which rapidly intensified last week, is a reminder of just how vulnerable South Florida is to the impacts of climate change. For our series Tipping Point, William Brangham recently traveled to the region to explore how climate startups, local governments, and researchers are working to make the area more resilient amid potential federal funding cuts that could hinder those efforts.
In an industrial warehouse in Miami, modern concrete printing is replicating something nature has done for millions of years.
It's actually the world's fastest concrete 3D printer.
Anya Freeman is the founder of Kind Designs, a climate and construction startup.
It's kind of hypnotic to watch.
It's very satisfying. It's like frosting on a cake.
In roughly an hour, these thin layers of concrete will have added up to a 10-foot tall seawall, a barrier for where ocean meets land to protect property from the water. But it's not just the printing that makes these unique. The texture and elaborate design mimics the roots of Florida's ubiquitous mangrove trees, creating what Freeman calls a living seawall.
So we have a library of designs customized for different marine habitats that's local. So in this case, this is the Miami Beach project. It has the mangrove roots design. And the point is to attract native species. These are very familiar shapes for them, to create caves for them to hide from predators. And also, as a bonus, this also helps dissipate wave energy.
It's no surprise that this kind of work is being done in South Florida, because it's hard to think of another part of the country that's as threatened by climate change as this place is. You've got increasing heat, increasingly powerful storms, flood, and sea level rise.
For any startup that wants to commercialize and grow their technology, they're going to find a space where they can do that here.
Terry Ann Brown helps run what's called the Risk and Resilience Tech Hub, a region-wide effort that received nearly $20 million in federal funding last year to bring together academic institutions, local governments, and startups around new technologies focused on adapting to climate change. The funding for the Tech Hub was just a sliver of the Biden.
I gotta say, it's kind of sad to me that these projects are like losing money right now from the federal government. Like, these are projects that we should be working on. I mean, this is brilliant. I mean, you know, we should be solving climate change, but we also need to be, at least in the moment, also looking for ways to mitigate climate change effects on humanity as well, since it's not going to be solved immediately. Even if we were to all go 100% in the right direction right now. And stuff like this is, I mean, it's fucking brilliant that they, you know, managed to synthesize these two things, like a wall and the roots of mangrove trees. Like, what was that? Like some sort of fever dream? Like, we came up with this? It's brilliant. It's freaking brilliant. I love it. And it sucks that projects like this are being hampered.
In climate, money that is now facing new political headwinds.
As part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, will also further slash the funding for the Green New Scam.
Since taking office, the Trump administration has sought to cancel tens of billions in climate grants and proposed ending millions in climate research.
If not sooner.
The Climate Tech Hub hasn't lost its money. And Brown argues this work is critical to keep building on Florida's progress, which began in earnest after Hurricane Andrew in 1992.
We developed some really strong building codes that have really led what needs to happen in order to protect homes. So if anything, that gives us the opportunity to be the leading voice and the global producer when it comes to emerging technologies around this resilient space.
Florida International University in Miami is a key partner in the Tech Hub and a pioneer in building and designing products to survive in a warming world.
Plant the friggin' tree. I mean, it's a fair point in terms of, like, yeah, we should have more mangroves, and they are, in fact, very beneficial to the environment, as well as being a mitigating factor in flooding. But in areas like that, where it's like a canal, it's tough. It's tough, right? Because you'd either have to cut into the property and or into the canal to be able to do something like that specifically. But generally speaking, we should be planting way more mangroves and actually doing everything we can to protect them, rather than letting, I don't know, oil companies do spills in the Gulf and things like that repeatedly.
On its engineering campus, researchers can simulate a Category 5 hurricane to test building materials and designs, and is planning to build a new facility to account for more powerful storms.
The spray process is that, first of all, I have to make sure that the aggregate is exposed.
Across campus, engineering professor Atarod Azizi Namini has developed an ultra-high performance concrete that can be sprayed on to existing crumbling structures.
The material is so dense. The material is 7-8 times stronger than regular concrete. But the biggest aspect of this concrete is that it is so durable. Nothing penetrates through it.
The concrete mix incorporates tiny steel fibers and is designed to repair infrastructure like bridges rather than having to replace them wholesale, saving money and the carbon footprint of rebuilding from scratch.
Cement uses lots of energy, produces lots of CO2. With this material, there's two advantages. First of all, you use less of this one. Number two, it's almost maintenance free. Rather than lasting it 20 years, it's going to last you 100 years.
Azizi Namini has already had a chance to try his spray-on technique in the real world, successfully repairing this bridge in Virginia last year. He says he's received interest from several other states. These emerging efforts, supported by the tech hub, are happening alongside a long-standing push by local governments to make South Florida more resilient to storms and floods and heat. On Miami Beach.
Okay. That's enough of that. But industries like this are, important. Like, coming up with ways for us to make less concrete are absolutely worthwhile endeavor. If you can increase the time in which concrete lasts by the factor of 5, that's incredible. From 20 to 100 years. I'm one thing I'm dubious about is that claim slightly, because I'm fairly certain this guy has not tested this shit for 100 years. It may very well be the case that it is that durable. I'm assuming they've done some amount of scientific tests on this before just spraying it all over the place. Because I'm sure there's things that you could do, right, to simulate some aspects of time and wear, but I'll be interested to see how that goes. Why don't we make regular concrete this way? But yeah, it's a good question. Maybe we should. All right, let's quickly go up the coast and talk about all the flooding that has been hitting different parts of the East Coast from Hurricane Erin. Start here in New Jersey. 6 ABC Philadelphia from yesterday. Coastal flooding, monster waves hit Jersey shore.
The powerful storm has battered much of the East Coast from the Carolinas to the Northeast. Here at home, beaches in southern Delaware and New Jersey are taking a pounding as the hurricane churns hundreds of miles offshore. High tide brought severe coastal flooding, like here in Wildwood Crest, where even sheds were floating in the water, sheds. And in Sea Isle City, the floodwaters turned streets into rivers, like right here on 47th and Pleasure Avenue. Even at this hour, you can see from our attheshore.com camera in Margate a live look at the white foamy seas due to the rough surf bashing the shore. The huge waves, measuring up to 12 feet high, have once again created the risk for life-threatening rip currents. Action News reporter Leland Pinder live in Margate for us this evening, where there were dozens of rescues from the high waters. Leland.
Rick, yeah, we just got here to Margate about 10 or 15 minutes ago. I was able to talk to the deputy fire chief here, and he tells me 40 to 50 people had to be rescued. Water rescues were performed tonight as the water came up, as people were dining, people rescued from their cars and restaurants and bars. You can look behind me here and see just how flooded some of these neighborhood streets are. We've seen some emergency vehicles, fire trucks, and police sporadically throughout the area here. Thankfully, officials say no one was hurt. Those rescues all completed successfully, but just kind of a taste of what we've been seeing up and down the shore as Hurricane Erin has made her way past the area. The red flags were flying in Cape May, New Jersey, and the beach patrol was on watch. The ocean here closed to the public, but open only to surfers.
It's good. We don't get waves like this that often.
Crowds gathered to watch on a makeshift barrier made of sand. Not far away, the ocean waves crashing far beyond the shore and into the street. A police car stationed near caution tape with the area roped off.
The ocean's awesome to look at, so it's fantastic to to see the ocean this angry.
Emergency officials say they're expecting coastal flooding to varying degrees throughout the area. As high tide rolled in late Thursday, some streets already began to flood.
Likely it's going to be our low-lying back bay areas. Those areas always flood first. For it to flood on the beachfront is pretty rare in Cape May, but we do expect there will be at least minor flooding on the coastal areas this evening.
There's concern all along the Jersey shore. Strong waves crashed in Brigantine, and this video coming in from Ocean City's Music Pier. In Wildwood Crest, the beach disappeared as water flowed past the dunes.
Well, it hasn't been a good beach day, but tomorrow should be.
Hasn't been a good beach day. No kidding. Jersey Shore fun times being hampered by goddamn Hurricane Aaron. All right, everybody. Well, that's a full extra half of time that I tried to give everybody to help complete the content goal. I was hoping that we complete it so that we could finish all of the sweet, sweet space news things. But we've made it 6 hours. That's pretty good, you know. Especially considering we didn't complete the goal. I think it's actually great. So I think I'm gonna call it there, and I'll do a stream Saturday and Sunday, of course. Well, it would appear we got through another stream, chat. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James, X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, and Free Palestine. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Well, I see a lot of ones in chat. So I guess it's time for us to start the super secret late night after hours Galacit Chillstrema, as I've typed it in chat, sticking by that. Well, sorry we didn't get the whole stream today, folks. Hopefully, this Saturday stream, we'll do the whole thing, get you all the sweet, sweet space content. Let's see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.